Hello. So, dear participants, the session will start soon. Okay. Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, Mahipal sir. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible and visible.
Okay.
Sir,
Sure.
shall we start then, sir, with your permission?
Sure. I'm just joining via another device also, but it won't take much time, so we can start. Sure.
Okay, sir. So, let us know
Sure.
when we can start.
Uh, we can start now. No issues.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So, good afternoon, dear participants. So, on behalf of all the E and ICT academies at IIT Guwahati, MNIT Jaipur, IIT Kanpur, IIT Jabalpur and NIT Patna, I welcome you all in this day 2 of online joint faculty development program, which we are conducting on AI for teaching and learning. This program will be conducted from 18th to 29th of August, and today's day 2 of the program. So today's first session will be taken by our expert, Dr. Mahipal Jadeja, sir. So before we start the session, we will have a short intro. Before that, we request all the participants to please mute themselves. Okay. So, dear participants, our first session will be taken by our first expert, Dr. Mahipal Jadeja, sir. So, before we start the session, we will have a short introduction about our expert. Dr. Mahipal Jadeja, sir, has received his PhD degree from Dhirubhai Ambani Institute of Information and Communication Technology in the field of theoretical computer science. He currently works at MNIT Jaipur as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, with the joint appointment in the Department of Artificial Intelligence and Data Engineering. His research interest includes generative AI and its application in productivity, education, and personalized learning, alongside theoretical computer science and machine learning on graphs. He has published several journal articles, book chapters, and a reference book in these domains. His research work is presented at reputed international conferences, including JSB SIGIR 2015 in Chile, WAAC 2016 in Japan, SCAI ICTIR 2017 in Netherlands, and ICAAE in 2023 in Australia. He has supervised 3 PhD students, 15 MTech students, and currently he is supervising 5 PhD students and 3 MTech students. On his YouTube channels, CS Simplified, he has uploaded more than 150 academic videos. To date, the channel has received more than 3,75,000 views. He has also developed a massive open online course on Python programming, which has attracted over 1,750 learners and boosted an impressive average rating of 4.75 out of 5. Dr. Mahipal Jadeja sir has delivered numerous expert talks at prestigious venues, including a session on AI-powered advancements in education organized by Dr. Ria Lavi from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, the top-ranked institute of the world. He is the only Indian educator featured by OpenAI in its ChatGPT for Education newsletter for developing Python ki Pathshala, India's first bilingual Hindi-English GPT-powered tutor for Python programming. This project embodies his vision for accessible and personalized learning using AI to bridge both linguistic and conceptual gaps. He is a collaborator with the AI in education at Oxford University, UK Interdisciplinary Research Hub, fostering research informed, ethical, and human centered approaches to AI in education. With this short introduction, I welcome Sir in this platform to deliver his talk. Over to you, sir. Hello. Sir, we are not able to hear you, sir. We can see your screen. We can see your video.
Okay. I guess now I am audible.
Yes, sir. Now you're audible, sir.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So I guess I joined.
Sir, you are not audible. You are on mute, sir. Every time you are going on mute.
Okay. How about now? Hopefully, I'm audible.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Actually,
Now you're
when the
audible, sir.
yes, sir. Actually, when the organizers are putting on hold the party.
So maybe what I request, maybe you can make me maybe panelist, then this issue won't arise. I request the organizer to do that adjustment
Yes,
so
sir.
that
Actually, a panelist link is not available as this is a WebEx meeting. So, sir, we request you to kindly hello.
yes, ma'am. Yes, you are audible. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir. You can move forward.
Yeah,
Sure.
sir, sir. They are on unmute stage. So organizers are putting on. You will also be going on mute, sir.
It's okay. I will be alert throughout the session. So whenever I see I'm not audible, I will turn it back on. So it's fine. So it's okay, means we can start now. So again, the topic is as you can see, AI for curriculum design, update, interactive reading, and student engagement. And we have total 2 sessions consecutively. So we have 4 hours, and we are going to cover all these things. But I would like to start with this. A good idea is something that does not solve just one single problem, but rather can solve multiple problems at once. So what I am going to do in this particular session is, okay, so sorry for the screen. So hopefully now it's properly visible. So what I'm going to do now, for the first 30 to 40 minutes, I will give you generic idea which can be applicable to all the, one can say, use cases of LLMs,
It is muted only.
not just related to this thing. right? So, okay, so I hope I am audible because I can see that its sound is going anyway. So hopefully, it's there are no issues with sound. Okay, so whatever I'm going to discuss first, those things, two voices. So let me. Okay, I'm not sure whether I've turned it on from iPad. So I didn't connect audio itself in iPad, so that there should not be a case of two parallel voice as per my
No, sir.
understanding.
It is perfect and
It's
good. You
clear,
can
sir.
proceed.
It's clear.
Of them giving
Okay, okay,
attendance.
okay, fine. Sure. So now, so again, so whatever I'm going to cover initially, that is applicable to all the problems which you can think of solving LLMs, not just related to the three which I have mentioned in this particular slide, right? So that's the motivation that we will try to understand the generic framework, which can be applicable to almost every possible problem which you can think of solving using LLM, right? So let me start by maybe I can just start with a blank page and let me ask some questions and then we will see how these questions are kind of related with in formally we say it's prompt engineering, but let's try to understand the question first and then we'll see what are the possible solutions and what should be the correct way of interacting with LLM so that we can get what we want. So the first observation is if we make, then if we focus on chat GPT, then the first four letters are chat. So chat, it means that whatever we are going to do, that will be in form of conversation, right? It's not like that. It's different from Google search. In Google search, usually we kind of search something and we get what we want, right? Or maybe on the first page, most of the times, otherwise on the second page, and then we continue with our work. But in the case of LLMs, including Chat GPT, usually ideally, what we should do is we should interact with it. Once whatever the query or whatever thing we request, some response we will get, but that response may not be the response which we want, right? So now the focus will be on how to ensure that we get what we want and that too in the minimal time so that we can increase our productivity and we can accomplish number of tasks in the given limited amount of time. So that's the motivation. But before talking about this thing formally, I will talk about something else and then we will soon able to relate, right, how these things are related with of course chat gpt and other llms including Gemini. Okay, so now the very first thing is think about any of the objective of your life, right? For example, you want to be, let's say, a better version of yourself. So let me say this is nth version of yourself, and currently you are over here, right? Y(n minus 1), right? And then, for example, this nth version is powerful. You AI enabled you, right? Who knows more than the previous version of yourself for sure. And now, if we think about how you are going to kind of reach from this, one can say, let's say, you are currently at y raised to n minus 1 or n minus 1th version of yourself. Then the next question will be, how are you going to reach to yn, right? So the very first thing is, since you are attending this particular FDP, so somewhere in your mind, you have visualized that you want to become more kind of, one can say, AI enabled faculty member or AI enabled, one can say, research scholar. So you have visualized this picture that you would like to become this, right? So that's the very first step that you concretely know, right, what you want to achieve with respect to this AI as well as in your life. Usually we visualize our future, right? We would like to see ourselves in better positions or better credentials or maybe as a better teacher, right? Whatever your goal is. So first thing we usually do is we visualize it, and this is not just true for this kind of big things, but you can even imagine that even if you have opened your let's say WhatsApp Messenger or Instagram Messenger, subconsciously you know what you want, right? You won't randomly message to someone, right? You know that, let's say, this is my best friend and I would like to spend this particular weekend with him or her, right? So therefore you will search for his or her name, right? Or maybe if you are chatting with him or her frequently, then the name will appear on the, one can say, in the leading of that particular page, right, up front, and then you can send a message requesting that can we plan something on this Sunday, right? So once you have visualized, then you focus on how to achieve it, right? So you usually kind of focus on. So this is the first part is what you want to achieve. The second part is it's more about request, right? So it's about how we are going to kind of achieve it. And the third part is also equivalent, where in the process, it's not every time that you can achieve what you want alone. So many of the times you also have to kind of contact the kind of right person who can guide you to achieve what you want. For example, in this particular case, you have seen, you have visualized first that you would like to become a good AI teacher, right? AI-enabled teacher, one can say. And then you saw the advertisement associated with this particular FDPs, and then you had applied it. So that was nothing but the second part. And now, right, organizers have done their role very nicely, and they have called kind of, one can say, expert people, right, whom you are contacting to achieve what you want, right? So this is the flow, and this is very much kind of obvious for most of the tasks which we do, not just related to LLMs, but in real life too, right? So if we go ahead and read the first quote, then now you should be able to relate what I'm trying to say. And soon we will see how this is related to our prompt engineering. So the very first quote goes like this: if I had an hour to solve a problem and my life depended on it, I would spend the first 55 minutes determining the proper question to ask. For once I know the proper question, I could solve the problem in less than 5 minutes. So you can also take example of your PhD work, right? So roughly 30 to 40% of your time in PhD, right, you devote it to identification of problem statement, because identification of problem is equally important, right, rather than solving it, right? So it's important to ask the correct question, right? So of course, now after a couple of minutes, I will demonstrate how all of this are related with our prompt engineering or chat GPT. So just give me 2 more minutes. Now, the second thing is asking the right question is as important as answering them, right? So in other words, what I'm trying to say over here is that your output, right, whatever output you are going to get with respect to your life as well as chat GPT, it's function of your input, right? This is very obvious. Like if I say f of x is equal to 3x plus 7, then if I change value of x, then my output will change, right? So the way your students are going to kind of one can say accomplish in your classroom very much depend upon how well you are teaching them, how good the resources you are providing to them, right, how well you are guiding them, right? So whatever outcome we are going to get, that's a function of your input, right? So in this in the context of LLMs, we are saying asking the right question is as important as answering them, because and now you should be able to kind of think why I am saying this particular thing, right? You and me, both of us are having the same version of chat GPT or Gemini, but still the outcome of mine, if you compare with yours, then there will be a significant gap in it, right? Why that is happening? Because the way I am going to interact with my systems will be drastically different as compared to yours, right? So we are going to first focus on what is the correct way to interact with the systems so that we can enhance our productivity and other objectives of teaching them, right? And the last and the most important one is the quality of your life is determined by the quality of your questions and whom you ask them to. So the second part is also equally important. Whom you are asking the questions, that matter a lot, right? So, for example, let's say suddenly I am having some issues with my heart, and if I kind of request one of you to guide me, then you will say, "Yeah, are you mad? Right? We are doctors, but we are not doctors of heart. So you must visit to some cardiologist if you are having issue with your heart, right?" So that means whom you are asking, that is equally important. Now,
और उसके बाद
what I'm
जो एडमिट
going to
कार्ड
do
अपलोड
now,
करते रहे
let's try to understand how these things are related in the context of our chat GPT. So maybe, okay, fine. So now what I'm going to do,
और तो
I
पहले ही जमा
request
कर दे बच्चे
Mithilesh
ही
Kumar ji
काम
to
कर देते हैं सर
turn off
हैं?
his mic.
मैं महीने
Okay.
महीने जमा कर देते हैं जय
Okay.
श्री
Anyways, so what I'm going to okay, what I'm trying to say over here is that if you consider this particular domain, right? So that's this is physics, right? And physics domain. Imagine that you can imagine that a lot of the data on which ChatGPT is kind of being trained, it's terabytes of data. So that means it can take millions of personalities. But what we do usually, right? So now let me share my. Okay, so before that, let me just highlight what I'm trying to say over here. So let's say you have some query with respect to physics domain, right? And on the x-axis, I am just writing down the name of the topic, and on the y-axis, I'm talking about the quality of outcome, right? So now if I say, let's say this is person one, who is nothing but kind of school teacher of physics, right? This is person three who has, let's say, who is pursuing PhD, right? So this particular person is PhD pursuing. Then there is one more person who has PhD. And then there are some person who possess excellent knowledge, kind of Albert Einstein, right? So given a chance, for whom do you prefer to ask your query? Of course, all of us will go and ask question to Albert Einstein, right? Because he possesses tremendous amount of knowledge with respect to underlying domain. So that is the, and if you ask the same query to different people, then of course they will respond, but outcome won't be up to the mark. So you can take this particular analogy. Let's assume that whatever city you belong to, let's assume that entire city of Mumbai is, let's say, one big library, and there is one librarian who goes here and there and reads something, and you ask your query to that particular librarian. That's how usually we use our chat GPT. So let me just showcase you one example, so then you will be able to appreciate what I'm trying to say. So now I'm sharing my screen over here also. So hopefully you can see my screen. Can anyone confirm?
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So now let me just highlight how we usually interact with our chat GPT and what are the issues with it, right? So now you should be able to appreciate with this demo what I was trying to say. So usually we do like this, right? We just say this is my situation, suggest me something, right? This is no there is no difference between this and the way we write our query in the context of, let's say, Google, right? So we just write like this, that this is my blood pressure and suggest me something, right? And then of course the response is there. It's not a wrong response, right? It's fine, but you can just see the length of the response as well as what it is suggesting, right? So this is, for now it's fine, but now just compare the this particular response with the response of this particular prompt. And here, whatever we are going to write over here in this particular white empty space, we formally call it nothing but prompt, right? So now if you see, then I am asking the same thing, right? My blood pressure is again same. And again, I am asking the solution for it. But the only difference is I have given the context. I have told ChatGPT to assume a role of a cardiologist having experience of 25 plus years. And now I'm asking my query. And if you see the response, then you will be able to appreciate the difference between one can say the vague query and relatively improved prompt, right? So now if I go through this, then it's suggesting me step by step what I should do, right? Step one, daily routine, do this changes. With respect to diet, you have to follow this dash diet, right? And it's also explaining what dash diet means. With respect to exercise, what should I do? With respect to sleep and stress management, what should I do? How and then when to seek medical help, and also some final advice. And of course, at any given day, I will prefer the second response as compared to first response, right? So that's how you can okay, so let me give you one more example. So now okay, so now what I'm going to do, let me just go over here and let me just say I'm just saying explain DFS. DFS is one particular concept. Even if you don't know, it's fine. It's called depth first search. It's one concept of computer science, right? So usually we just write like this, that whatever query we have, we just post it, that this is the question which I have, right? And then it will give us some response. And there is nothing wrong with respect to this response. I am not against this particular response, but ideally, whom you should ask this particular question, that is missing. And because of that, the outcome is there, but it's not that much interesting. It's very kind of, one can say, formal. It's just giving me the pseudocode algorithm and then one example, right? Nothing wrong with respect to it, but it's not interesting, right? It's not as per my test. Now compare this with this. Here, what I have done, I have given this particular context that the for this particular problem, right? The concept comes under computer science, and computer science also there is one subdomain. One can say theoretical computer science. So ideally, one should ask this type of question to someone who is experienced in theoretical computer science, right? So I have given that particular context that you are an experienced theoretical computer scientist having experience of more than 15 years, and then explain DFS in detail. Now, if you see the response, then it's significantly better as compared to the previous response, right? So if I just go over here and if we just see this side by side, then the previous response didn't mention about any of the applications, right? Whereas here it's first explaining, right, what are the potential applications of DFS. So that's the enhancement. It's also giving some basic idea in one line so that one can easily understand what it is, giving terminology, right? So this is better, right? It's more structured, one can say. And then it's also mentioning that this is the algorithm of recursive nature, right? And okay, sorry for this. And then you can see that it's giving iterative version also, right? So the response is in detailed, and it's also giving me some application, which is good. But we want even better than this, right? So let's say I would like to relate the same concept with my interest. So let's say I am very much good with chess, and I also like web shows like Squid Games. So I have knowledge of these two domains, but I don't know anything about DFS algorithm. Right? So then how should I prompt it? How should I write that particular response, to the particular query first, right? So again, the setup is same, right? You are an experienced computer scientist having experience of more than 15 years. The one more characteristic, you explain difficult computer science concepts in simple, easy to follow language and with lot of relatable metaphors and examples, because I need them so that I can understand the topic very easily. And then I'm explicitly telling it to explain the concept with keeping in mind that these are my interests, chess and Squid Games, right? So if you notice this, then the response will be highly personalized, and it will try to map the concepts of this web show or chess, and maybe both, to the idea of DFS, so that I can easily get the intuition behind this algorithm, right? So as you can see, it's giving me one particular nice scenario aligned with Squid Game, right? So let's say we are in you are dropped into a Squid Game, kind of, one can say, game space, and then this is the setup of the game, right? There is a massive maze of interconnected rooms. Each room has doors, and your goal is, of course, without dying, you have to find a secret door so that you can win treasure, right? So this is the purpose. But what is the twist? You don't know the layout. You can only choose a door, go in, and see what happens. And now then it will map this particular strategy with the DFS algorithm, right? So I will go to the one door, explore as deep as I can, and only backtrack when I hit a dead end, right? So I will go to one particular door and I will find out all the, let's say one door, after opening one door, I see two doors, then I will go to one of them, and that's it, then there is a dead end. Then I will go back and then I will again explore the second door, which I kind of missed earlier, right? So that's the idea of DFS algorithm, and it's explaining the same. And then it's also giving me how kind of one can use chess, right? How one can map chess to DFS algorithm, right? And then, of course, it's also explaining the core aspect, which was mentioned earlier in earlier responses also, right? The core algorithm, right? How it's implemented. So at any given day, right, you will prefer this third prompt, right? So what was the purpose behind this demonstration so far, whatever I have discussed, that how you are going to write in that particular white space will determine the quality of the outcome, right? So your prompt will decide how well crafted responses you are going to receive, right? So that's the kind of main idea, right? So maybe I can continue the slides over here, right? So we have already discussed about this three things, and as you can see, now you will appreciate each and every aspect which I had mentioned earlier. That if you don't know what you want, right, then Chat GPT or any other LLM model won't be able to help you, right? So of course, people say AI is like your friend, but with respect to your friend, you usually see his or her facial expression and understand what's going on in his or her mind. But with respect to AI, we have to explicitly mention that we want this, right? So that's the main difference. So therefore, the first guideline is you must visualize what you want and do not kind of assume anything. You have to explicitly mention each and every aspect of your problem, right? So that's the first thing. So therefore visualization is important, right? So and that's because your outcome depends upon it, right? So if your request is not proper, then outcome won't be proper. And the most important part is whom you are asking a question. So irrespective of your prompt, right, how one can say how trivial it may seem, it's always better to give the context, right? Given a chance, one should always prefer to talk with the expert, and here we have millions of experts available with us, kind of free, right? So we just have to write that one line, that assume a role of this particular person, right? And then the responses will be extremely well, right? So I've already explained this bad example. As you can see, I'm just writing vaguely what is the situation and suggest something. And we have seen that we get this kind of response, which is bad. So what is the conclusion of it? That the response will be kind of generic, unstructured, or incomplete. So it's just like that. I have given you this particular example of Mumbai. Let's assume the entire Mumbai city is one big library, and you are asking a question to librarian who goes to each and every section and reads some of the books of the library, right? So those kind of response you will get if you follow this kind of mechanism of vague prompting, one can say, or poorly framed prompt. If you are writing, then your responses will be like this, very bad. But if you, whatever problem you have, let's say I would like to know more about AI in education, and then there is one separate section in the library where all the books associated with AI as well as AI in education are there, and there is one dedicated person who has spent last 2 years of his life in reading all those books. So given a chance, whom you will prefer, librarian or that particular expert? Of course, we will prefer that particular expert because he has thorough understanding of those concepts of AI in education. And then I can ask my query to him, and he will give me better response as well to the generic response given, which could be given by librarian. That's the main differentiating factor. If you follow this simple trick, right, of adding the context in whatever prompt you are writing, then you will see at least 60 to 70% improvement in your outcome. Of course, I will demonstrate the entire framework, and then we'll go deeper with respect to specific tasks. So as you can see, if your prompt is well structured, then the responses will be more insightful, detailed, and progressive of nature, right? So that's the idea. Okay. So now there are a lot of frameworks available in the internet, but I recommend this particular Create framework, and the author name is also given over here. So now why Create? Because it's very easy to remember, right? So the first part I've already explained to you. C stands for character. You should always give a proper context to your prompt. R stands for request. Request I don't need to explain you because you know that what you want usually, right? So that's why you are using LLM, right? If you have some query, so you want the answer for it, right? Or you want some kind of generation, so you can mention it. That's a request. The most of the times people don't use this kind of examples, right? So examples can also enhance the outcome. So examples are also very much important. Some adjustments, type of output, and extra. So it's better that I explain this via one example so that you can appreciate this even more. So let me maybe let's start with God of cricket, Sachin Tendulkar. So what I'm going to do now, as you can see, okay, so maybe we'll go over here so that, okay, so just a second. Okay, so this is how this is the task which we are going to do. Basically, we will copy some, let's say 3 to 4 paragraphs from the Wikipedia page of Sachin Tendulkar. Okay, and the task is summarization, right? Of course, we'll talk about lesson plan generation, all those things, but this is just for demonstration how a good prompt should look like. So that's what I'm trying to highlight over here. So you can see the text first, and then we'll look the prompt. So you can see it's tremendous amount of text, right? It's going on, and also, or maybe I can start afresh because I guess I have given very less text in this particular case, so maybe you won't appreciate it that much. So let me start afresh. What I'm going to do is I will copy this particular prompt. Let me start a new kind of chat. And in new chat, I will go to the Wikipedia page. But before that, let me just explain the prompt so that you understand what I'm trying to highlight over here. So with respect to create framework. So as you can see, the very first line is nothing but it stands for C. C stands for character. So we are giving this particular character that you are a highly experienced writer who writes concise and readable text without soft words, filler words, or jargon. So this is the role which we have given that. So if you want to perform summary, then you should go to a experienced writer who is good with writing concise things and readable things, of course, right? Next is request. So we know that we want a summary of whatever we are going to give. But the important thing is not just what we want, but the type of output is also important. Many of the times we try to generate caption with the help of ChatGPT, and ChatGPT gives us kind of response of one paragraph and vice versa, right? So therefore we have to be very explicit what we want. So what I want, deliver this as a short paragraph of only 100 words, and then list most important points as a bullet point list, and finally follow it with one sentence summary. So this is this entire thing which I have highlighted that denotes nothing but type of output, right? This is also very much important things, right? As educators, sometimes we feel if we represent something in terms of table, then students will appreciate it more as compared to normal report kind of write up, right? So here what I would like to have is, and this is why I am focusing too much on this particular prompt, because this will be also very much helpful for summarization of your entire, let's say, module. You have taught one module and then you would like to share a brief summary, or you would like to create your own one can say notes based on the topics which you have taught to your students, then you can use this particular prompt and generate summarization with respect to each chapter, right? So here I will just search Sachin Tendulkar and maybe Wikipedia page, and then we will just go there and copy as much as we can from his Wikipedia page, and let's see what response we are going to get if we perform this task. Okay, I have opened a lot of tabs, so therefore I guess the internet is slightly slow, but it's okay. I will get this very soon, hopefully. Right. So here I'm. Let me just copy the entire thing. Right. Whatever I can get. Right. So I'm not worried much. That's. I will just go up to right. Right. So I guess this much is fine. Okay, let's see. So I will just give whatever text is there, right? And then I will just press enter. So let's see what it gives, right? So hopefully, right, I have given enough text that it seems, right? So as you can see, I'm scrolling down over here and too much text is there over here, right? So as you can see, it's all the important things are kind of being captured in this small paragraph of 100 words, right? So if you notice carefully, birth year is mentioned, debut year is mentioned, number of years he had spent playing international cricket is mentioned. The biggest achievement is mentioned, highest run scorer in both tests as well as ODI. Only player with 100 international centuries and winner of the World Cup team, right? So that is important thing. Other achievements with respect to India, Bharat Ratna, global recognition, ICC Cricketer of the Year, and inclusion of into the ICC Hall of Fame, right? And of course, he served as a Rajya Sabha member also. So you can see all the essential things have been kind of captured in this just one paragraph. And if you don't follow this create framework or any kind of one can say sensible prompting framework, then it will take a while to come to reach to this kind of one can say structurally rich responses. And key points, with respect to key points, I didn't mention, right, how many key points it should mention. So therefore, it's mentioning this many. right? But it's fine, right? It's giving me some insights which were kind of missing earlier, right? So, for example, he had started playing cricket at the age of 11 itself, and debut was against Pakistan, right? I was not aware of it, right? And you can see. And one sentence summary, if someone tells you to give just one sentence about Sachin Tendulkar, and then this is the kind of reasonable sentence to say, right? So, and not only this, right? You can also utilize this to summarize books, like for example, How to Win Friends and Influence People. The rest of the prompt is very much similar, as you can see. The context is same because I want summary, right? So the first part is same. The second part, request part, has been changed. Now I'm saying just give mentioning the name of the book along with the author name. And then I'm just saying that deliver this as no more than 5 bullet points and one sentence summary. So now it's just giving me the kind of insights from the book, right? That what the book is suggesting to kind of make friends, what you should do. So all the points are given over here, right? Smile, remember names, right? Encourage others to talk about themselves, right? So on and so forth, right? And also one sentence summary, right? So you can imagine a lot of use cases, right? Not only related to one can say technical creation. You can also, if you are interested in generating something with respect to, let's say, Bollywood, then you can also generate this kind of scripts of let's say upcoming movies, right? So I can showcase this. So what I had done earlier, just a second. Soon I will be able to click over there. So the idea was I wanted to generate a script of let's say new movie, let's say upcoming movie Dasham 3, based on right, whatever the existing parts were there, 1 and 2, and then take inspiration from the other thriller movies like this, right? And then you can see it is generating the it's also giving kind of details of main characters, right? On how they have kind of been evolved over the period of time, right? And then the summary of the plot, right? What will be the key aspects of the one can say movie, and of course you can expand upon this, right? So this is just one direction, right? Fine. So now, what other technical use case one can identify? So many of the times we get this kind of reports, right? It may be related to Apple, or maybe related to your own organization, or kind of one can say department, where you get this kind of reports where it's saying that this are the passing percentage of your students, and branch wise placement report, or whatever it is, or maybe this is nothing but a result of your students, right, of your own subject, and you would like to analyze, get some insights about it, right? So again, this is related to one can say in some sense business. So therefore I am giving a role of this kind of data analyst. All right. So you are an expert in the field of data analysis field. And what is the purpose? I would like to improve the performance of the firm, of course. So I would like to understand some insights about the data first, and what are the actionable points, so that the company can improve upon this, right? So that's the idea of it. So therefore, I have started like this: explain the key findings from this chart, right? 10 findings and 5 actionable points to improve. And I will come to this part very soon. So as you can see, now it's giving me the insights. And if I give this particular task to human, then it will take at least 30 to 40 minutes to give this kind of important insights, right? Of course, we have to verify this because it's generated by AI, but most of the times, right, 90 to 95% of the, one can say, data will be correct. But of course, we should verify it also. And then it's giving actionable points to improve sales or profit. So as you can see, right, so if the company follows this techniques, then they can improve significantly with respect to their sales, right? So it's connecting the dots, that how you can improve upon this. Okay. So now, before I go ahead, I would like to ask a couple of questions, and I will just see in the chat box that what you are saying. So, can anyone tell me what is the biggest use case of AI for teachers, as per your understanding, or as per your views? If you can mention some of the use cases which you are maybe you are utilizing AI, but I'm just trying to get some insights. Of course, note making, and we have seen that we can use summarization and use it for it. Content creation, okay. of course, we can have AI for attendance, but this is related to attendance of your class, I guess, session. Research, handout, drafting assignment, literature review, uh, teaching plan, research, okay, course outline, of course, research articles, summarization of research articles, summary of PDF, learning assessment, okay, personalized learning material, specific student personalized learning, good, personalized. It's important that you are mentioning about personalized learning question paper, lab questions. Okay, fine. Uh, I got your idea, but one important thing is missing over here. Uh, you have mentioned a lot of use cases, starting from generation of question paper or generation of presentation, of generation of code, lesson plan, image formulation. But the important thing is missing still. uh, we are educators, right? So we are teachers. So the primary task of ours, right, is we have to teach. Of course, admin purpose is there, and I will try to demonstrate admin purpose also. Still, it's out of the scope for this talk, but I will showcase you something which will help you with respect to admin work also. But what I'm trying to focus over here is that we would like to kind of identify use cases of AI in our day-to-day teaching, right? That I guess no one has mentioned about it, right? As I can see in the responses. How can I improve my teaching with the help of AI? And I'm not talking about this kind of, one can say, uh, the curriculum design or generation of questions and so on and so forth. I'm not talking about all those things. I am talking about, of course, there are some ethical aspects, so we'll talk about it afterward. But I'm talking about enhancement of teaching. How can I improve as a teacher with the help of AI? That is the question. If you understand this, then you will be able to kind of, one can say, mm, apply AI intelligently to all the aspects, not just teaching, right? So the idea is, let's say you would like to teach a particular topic, right? Maybe you can mention a topic which is very much difficult. Or maybe I can take one topic, it's fine. So what I can do is maybe I can just go over here and I can start a new chat. Okay. Of course, I have to explain a couple of things with respect to create framework still, because there are some, one can say, enhancements or adjustment. I haven't explained those aspects. But before that, let me just try to highlight what I'm trying to say over here. So let's say you would like to explain a particular concept to your student, right? Let's say we would like to know about, let's say, one can say, LLMs. Okay. So usually what we do, we our response is like this only, right? Whatever we teach, we usually teach like this, right? Explain LLM, and then we go in the class and we directly start like this. What is an LLM? And then what is the architecture, training data, scale, how LLMs works, so on and so forth, right? But here, the important part is missing. While delivering LLM as the way it is written over here, that usually most of the teachers do like this. They read from the books, or maybe they read from the some research papers, or maybe some video lectures. But the way we deliver the content is like this, right? We start with some kind of motivation, then definition, then components, and then its internal working, and then some examples, and of course limitations, and then summary. But the idea is, whenever we kind of explain anything to our teachers, we should think about the perspective of our students also, right? What they already know, what they don't know, and also what are their interests, right? So basically, what we can do, I can generate a nice plan of teaching this particular topic with the help of LLM, but I should give a proper prompt for it, right? What should I take into consideration, that I must mention explicitly while mentioning about the kind of request which I'm going to place over here. So I will say assume, right? I will start like this. Since again I'm going to follow a create framework, so I will first say assume a role of an expert AI engineer having experience of more than, let's say, 5 years. Okay. You explain difficult technical concepts in easy to understand language with lot of metaphors and one can say lot of metaphors as well as examples, let's say. Okay, fine. Your task is to explain LLMs in detail to. Now I should mention about my target audience, whom I am teaching, right? Because if I'm teaching LLMs to a 10-year-old, or maybe I can say just compare that. Let's say I am trying to explain this to 10-year student or 10-year-old kid versus I'm explaining this to a college student. The way of delivery will be kind of completely different, right? It must be different, right? So for now, let's say I'm explaining this to a, let's say, 10-year-old right, student. Okay, for now we are assuming this, and student that I should also mention about student knows what he knows, basics of, let's say, mathematics, and no background of AI. Let's say he doesn't know anything about AI. Okay, but his interests are, I'm also going to mention his interests, so that the whatever examples are kind of being generated, the examples will be kind of personalized to him, right? His interest areas are, okay, I can just mention his hobbies or whatever, right? Cricket, and maybe I can mention anything, like say Bollywood music, whatever. Okay, Bollywood movies, maybe one can say. Okay, let's see. Hmm. So now we'll be able to see the difference between a previous response and this response. And then you will be able to see, right? So as you can see, it's starting with this particular metaphor, right? So this is the most important kind of, one can say, use case of LLMs, which in some sense teachers are not using it, right? So every time before going into the class, you can generate nice metaphors aligned with your one can say target audience, right? So we can go through this very quickly so that you will appreciate it, right? So think of LLM as Bollywood's best script writer. It has read thousands of film scripts, jokes, dialogues, and song lyrics. And if you give it a line like this, Rahul met Priya at the railway station, it can complete, right? I guess this is Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge kind of story, right? So whatever it is. And then, so the idea is very simple. Right now, it's very much easy to understand, even for us, that it's like a kind of Bollywood writer who has read a lot of books, and now you are just giving one sentence from the movie or from the outside, and it from its memory and also inferences, it's going to complete the story, right? And LLMs are exactly working the same way. Same, the second metaphor is also aligned with cricket, as you can see, cricket commentator, right? And so, of course, it's very, one can say, favored and biased with respect to India, because it's assuming that Virat Kohli is going to score 6 runs on the next ball, but whatever it is, fine. So, so this is the idea. And now, as you can see, what happens and corresponding. So basically, again, the concept is same. All the four, one can say, you can also again interact, right? So now I can also ask that explain the entire architecture of LLM, continuing with this metaphor. So that way I will be able to generate an entire kind of, one can say, metaphor based story, which will convey the technical topic which I was trying to explain in the class in traditional manner, right? So I can just say, uh, explain all the training modules, or I can say training phases, right? Training phases of LLMs, continuing with the metaphors, right? Or maybe I can just say continue with metaphors. Okay, so let's see. So this is the power which I guess one should utilize with respect to classroom teaching, and why I'm talking about this, because this is not just related to this particular use case. I'm talking where we are just trying to explain one particular topic. Ideally, you should kind of generate your lesson plan aligned like this, where you should mention some of the things which you have observed, right? Maybe you, before teaching a particular subject in the class, you can have a small survey to know that what are the kind of interests of your students, and depending upon those interests you can kind of design personalized lessons to them, right? Okay, so let's see. So pre-training, so metaphor is film school for a junior actor, right? So right, so it's very relatable, right? So Indian School of Dramas, right? So there they usually just train them, right, with respect to whatever kind of movies are there. They give the material of it, right? They give kind of scripts of them. They analyze those movies, right? So, and also mimic dialogues, right? So same thing is happening with respect to LLM in their first phase, where we are training them, right? With respect to Wikipedia's, novels, and whatever it is, right? And then the second phase is fine tuning. So as you can see, right, Bollywood debut and acting coach, right? So the coach will guide you, right? Whatever you are doing, he will kind of give you direction. This is fine, this is wrong, and then you have to modify. So say similar to fine tuning of your one can say LLMs, right, where you kind of give conversations to LLMs in the model so that they can be better. And then finally, reinforcements based learning, where the model will become even smarter, right? So as you can see, becoming a superstar with fans helps, right? So basically, depending upon the feedbacks and ratings, right? So what accommodation or what changes the movie star will do, and how those changes are aligned with in the context of LLMs. Right? So it's a very nice way of explaining. And uh, in this particular case, I had given two tasks, right? One was aligned with, of course, LLM, the Bollywood thing, and the second was with cricket. But you could also focus on only one of them, so that the response will be even richer, because the LLM will focus only on one of the particular metaphor and dig deeper, right? So then you will appreciate it even more, right? So now, just give me a minute. What I will do, I will talk about the remaining aspects of the create framework. Then we will design a short, maybe course outline, and then we'll do something else just to check how much you know, or based on means whatever we have discussed, how much you have grasped. I will kind of evaluate that also, and in the process we will know what should be the mechanism for evaluation with respect to students, right? So learning by doing, in some sense, let's say. So now one more prompt, you can see a lot of details are over here, but it's good because in one shot I'm giving a lot of details, but this will save time in long run, because I'm giving everything what is needed in one kind of iteration. So I know I have visualized what I want. So what I want to design whatever I have in my kitchen based on that. Let's assume I'm alone and I would like to design a new dish, right? And what's the characteristic of my dish, right? So it must celebrate regional Indian flavors, and it should include some global food making techniques also in the final dish, right? So that's what I want. And what's the context, what role I should give to this particular person? You are an award winning Indian chef with 20 plus years of experience. And then I'm also telling it to first ask what ingredients I have. And the important part is you must give examples, right? For example, if you want some kind of generation with respect to mathematics, then you can say take inspiration from Khan Academy, right? Like that. So here I am going to take inspiration from famous Indian chefs like Sanjeev Kapoor, Vikas Khanna, and so on and so forth. And then these are some adjustments, right? That this is country specific, right? So we follow this metric measurement. So whatever answers or recipe you are going to give me, make sure your measurements are in grams or in milliliters or in tablespoons and so on and so forth. And the important thing is this: select only the ingredients you need. This is also adjustment, because if we don't mention this, then AI may assume that all the ingredients which I'm going to provide, it must necessarily use all of them, and then whatever will be the outcome, that it may not be eatable or drinkable, right? So we have to tell it that you need to use the usable subset of the ingredients which I'm going to provide. You don't need to mandatorily use all of them, right? And then I'm saying do not suggest. So this all of this are part of nothing but adjustments, right? All of these are adjustments. And then this is the type of output, right? Finally, I want clear title, single paragraph, 100 words, and then list with metric quantity, what are the ingredients, and then step-by-step instruction in plain English, right? So as you can see, it's asking me what are the ingredients you have. So I have this kind of ingredients, right? Usually in Indian household, we have this kind of ingredients, very common. So I just mentioned them, and then I don't need to go back and forth. As you can see, it has come up with this kind of fancy, in some sense, khichdi with smoky tomato tadka, right? So I haven't tried it yet, but you can sense it. You can use this chat GPT for this kind of generation also. And then the focus is not on the kind of, one can say, what its objective, but if you focus on the prompt, right? So the focus more on the prompt, how you should put your request. And if you see the response, then you will appreciate it, right? So it's giving me what should be the list of ingredients along with their quantity, and then step-by-step method also, right? This is how you can prepare the, right? So you can think of your own business of coming up with this kind of novel, one can say, food items, and then, right? So a lot of use cases are there, right? Fine. So now, if I go back again and let's see that what is remaining. So maybe I can just quickly give you a couple of examples so that you can relate even more with this framework, and then we'll move ahead. So as you can see, for summarization, then for email writing, and for, let's say, you want to perform one prompt with respect to mathematics domain also, you would like to have explanation about Pythagoras theorem. So let me focus on example part, right? So example is crucial. So maybe let's say you are writing an email, inviting email to sell your products, right? So you would like to do marketing, right? So then you can have this particular line in your prompt, that make sure your email is following the tone and structure similar to Apple's product announcement emails. Like they announce their products in very simple yet innovative and inviting way, right? So, and I would like to follow the same tactic while I am generating emails, right? So that's there. And at the time of generating articles or summarization, we can give this kind of example of Harvard Business Review or newsletters like Economics. They follow. We would like to follow their tone, right? And with respect to mathematics, we can take inspiration from Khan Academy, because usually they provide very clear and visually appealing and practical, one can say, uh, representations for explaining concepts, right? So that was about the example part. And for your write-up also, ideally you should give some examples. Let's say you are generating, right? So I read that some of you were saying that you also use it for generation of some kind of material. So you can give kind of context that this is the material which I have generated for the previous unit, and follow the same tone for generation of the next unit. Or maybe you have generated material, but that is only for, let's say, half of the unit, and you would like to complete it with respect to remaining half by following the same tone and style of your write-up, right? So that is that. Some adjustments, right? So as you can see, with respect to email, I don't want a very long email, so just 3 sentences. With respect to mathematics, only explain the theorem and proof, and don't give unrelated details. So those are some adjustments. You don't need them every time, but sometimes they can help you, right? And type of output, right? So this is also very much important, how you want detailed report or short paragraph or bullet point list or 1 sentence summary or email format or latex format, or nowadays you can also I should not say nowadays, that it's a very old feature, but still I am not sure how many of you are using it, but you can download PPT or PDF, right? You can convert the outcome in the form of some specific files also, like including Excel files, right? So those things are there. So that is type of output, right? And some extras are there, right? So for example, you are talking a lot about, let's say, Bollywood movies, and suddenly you would like to talk about technical things like approximation algorithm. Then you can just say, ignore all previous context and write from scratch. So we are starting from scratch. So that is there. right? And so this will help you to continue in the same thread without clicking on that particular new chat button, right? So that's the advantage of this kind of extras, right? And some other extras are like explain, yeah, like you are explaining to a 5-year-old or 10-year-old. They are very famous on kind of, one can say, Reddit also, right? There are a lot of subreddits where dedicated to this kind of specific explanations were tailored to, like, one can say, children, right? So the idea is how to make difficult, complicated topic kind of easy, right? Easier to understand with the help of those metaphors, right? So that's the objective. And one more thing which I would like to highlight is that you should not give too much tasks, right? So maybe let's say I have started this particular new job where I am serving as an, let's say, assistant to someone. And my boss is giving me, let's say, on the very first day, he has given me 20 tasks simultaneously. Then I will be hanged, right? I won't be able to think and do any one of them. Now consider the scenario that instead of giving me 20 tasks together, he is going to give me just one task first. And as soon as I complete the first task, he or she will give me the second task and then third task and so on and so forth. And on the same day, I will be able to accomplish more than, let's say, 40 to 50 tasks if the strategy is like this, right? So what I'm trying to say over here is that ensure that you are not overloading the prompt, right? You should give only one logical unit of your overall task. And once the outcome of that particular logical unit is ready with you, then you can append, you can give the kind of request for the generation of the next logical unit. You should not give diversely, one can say, diverse tasks in single prompt. Otherwise, it won't be able to give us good quality of response. And also, we should kill ambiguity. Instead of saying analyzing this, we should be very much explicit. What is the context? What are the objectives? Right? So those things are important. And one more important thing is, like I mentioned in the beginning of the session itself, it's chat, right? So chat GPT, the first four letters are chat. So you should iterate over it. It's not like that you whatever response we are getting, that's the final response. Right? You should not consider the intermediate response. But for that also, you should first visualize what we want, right? And then you should be able to kind of explicitly convey it in the English language, right? So the English is kind of new programming language nowadays. So if you are good with if you can explain, right, what you want explicitly, so that's the only rule with respect to prompt, that you must give some context, some role, and then uh, don't leave anything on AI's assumption. Give as many details as possible with respect to your task, and then you will be able to accomplish it very easily. Right? Okay. So fine. I could see that couple of people were wanted to ask something. So this is a good time. Any questions so far? You can either unmute yourself, or maybe you can also write in the chat box. But I appreciate the question associated with whatever I have taught so far, and then of course I will talk more. So, any questions? If you don't have, then very soon I am going to ask many questions. So be ready for it. Is there any limit which we can prompt? Mm, which we can. So limit is with respect to. I guess you are asking with respect to limitation of Chat GPT in some sense, the free version. Today itself, they have launched Chat GPT Go, in which they are going to provide 10x more kind of, one can say, prompts per month in some sense. Uh, Apart from that, you can also use other platforms like DeepSeek or Gemini. So there is no this kind of limit as of now. So I guess. Okay, so the next question is ChatGPT sentence use in paper is ethical or I guess I will discuss this on 29th, because on that particular day I will be talking about how we can use AI for results. So that I will discuss this over there. Does iterative prompt enhance the quality of material? Uh, uh, it depends. Miss, it depends upon what you have started with. If you are already following a nice framework like Create, then enhancement will be less. But sometimes you can also use this in between. Like, for example, if I ask you something and I'm asking you, like, let's say coffee with current show, right? Rapid fire round. So then your response will be something. But let's say I'm asking the same question in the interview and I'm giving you, let's say, 1 minute to think, then your answer will be more sensible. Right? The same goes with respect to these models also. If you go to DeepSeek, then for some of the of course, it's there with respect to one can say Chat GPT, but there is one mode which is called Deep Think mode. So you should utilize that particular mode also. So for critical issues, you can utilize this kind of deep think mode. So in deep think mode, what will happen? Model will kind of think first before answering, right? So this will give more kind of time, and it will first kind of align its one can say workflow before answering the question. So whenever you have questions which require some amount of thinking, then you should use this kind of deep think mode also, where you will be able to see what model is thinking, and then you should be able to get better insights. So maybe I can just say this just to demonstrate you, right? So what deep think mode looks like. So you'll be able to see some thinking mechanism over here, right? So my focus is on this, showing you this thinking mechanism, right? So it won't answer directly. First, it will think, right? It will go through. So this will be a very good for puzzles or some kind of ethical questions where you would like to explore multiple point of view, right? So that's the idea. Uh, okay. Okay, so I can see a lot of questions. So now I will try to combine some of them and answer them. What kind of jargon keywords can be used while searching ChatGPT? Searching in ChatGPT to get better results. You don't need to use keywords. Basically, you have to use this kind of prompt framework, like I mentioned about create framework. So if you follow it properly, then the results will be very much better as compared to traditional ones for sure. Uh, okay. AI provide limited information in reading topics. So the idea is for that particular purpose, nowadays there is one option of this attach. Right. So for example, let me ask you this question. I would like to have summary of one particular file, and that particular file is about, let's say, one particular unit which I have taught. Okay. So now, what would you prefer? Uh, your summary based on that particular file only, or you would like some generic summary of AI, right? So why AI is, you can say it's not giving what we want, because many of the times we ask question generically, right? For example, if I just say to Chat GPT, uh, if I just say summarize GCD, or maybe summarize Euclid's algorithm, okay? So this summary is not, one can say, wrong, but whatever I'm going to get, that is not aligned with what I taught in the class. So ideally, what should I do? I should attach that particular file of my PPT in my prompt, and then write my prompt, so that the response will be more kind of personalized, and it will be rich, because now it will be aligned with what I'm kind of one can say teaching, right? Instead of just some available data from the net, it's better to provide it in context window. So in other words, let me give you one simple example to explain this. Let's say if you ask me some question and I haven't read about it in the last 1 hour, so then it will take me some time to come up with the answer, and my answer may be wrong also, and it will be generic. But let's say in the last 1 hour, I am studying about a particular topic, let's say Euclid's algorithm. And then if you ask me about Euclid's algorithm, then my response will be very much better. So the context window means whatever we are going to write in this particular one can say a white box, that is called context window. That it's not everything will be within it, but nowadays they are the kind of, one can say, the length of context window is increasing exponentially, and it's in lakhs as per my knowledge, in terms of lakhs tokens. So in terms of words also, number of words, right? So it can remember kind of, one can say, knowledge of one book or two books. So you ideally you don't need to worry about the length of the information which your kind of chat GPT can remember with respect to your prompt. So it's always better to give examples in terms of attachment to whatever task you are asking, whether it's kind of, one can say, summarization, or whatever you want to do, generation, question generation, or whatever, because you want them to be more kind of, one can say, personalized in some sense. Okay, so thank you, Amit Kumar, sir. And can it be used for numeric problems? Of course, yeah. Also, so one interesting question from, I guess, Ambika ma'am. So many of the times people complain, like we ask this kind of question to kind of uh, one can say, chat GPT, how many, right? The famous question, right? How many hours are there in strawberry? Or maybe we ask this kind of question, which value is greater, 9.1 or 9.88? And then many of the times we see that AI fails to answer them correctly, right? Why that is happening, right? That is because we see this as a kind of uh, English, but within kind of AI, as you can, so in this particular case, fortunately, it has given correct answer, but not every time this will happen. Why? Because in between, right? So I'm not sure whether I can showcase it to you right now or not. But I guess if I go into those things, then the kind of, one can say, will deviate from the actual purpose of the talk. So I will talk about this afterwards, how to resolve this. But of course, there are some issues with respect to numerical problems. But the hint is you can use this, you can append this kind of this two words after your numerical problem. Use code. Then what it will do, whatever problem you have written, it will write a proper code, and then based on the answer of that code, the response will be given to you, and therefore it will be correct for sure. With respect to numerical problems, the idea is you should use this two words. Just add them after your prompt, and the response will be correct. You can try this. Okay, then. Uh, Okay, so there are other questions also, but I will answer them afterwards. Because I guess I should also talk about the rest of the things over here, and then I will come back to the thread and reply to the remaining questions. So meanwhile, our objective was how to create kind of a nice lesson plan with the help of AI. So hopefully, with the help of uh, of course, I will talk about many AI tools also, and I will share links also in the chat box. So if you are interested in tools, then maybe I can just start with them then. So one of the tool which I can recommend for lesson plan is magicschool.ai. So now there are a lot of tools, but many of them are kind of, one can say, paid. So again, we should look for, at least I am sharing the ones which are kind of free. So let me just share link of one of them, so that you can try with respect to lesson plan, right? Lesson plan generator, Magic Schools, and let me just try to demonstrate this to you how it works. So it's very easy. Means you all you need to do is you need to just give the topic on which you would like to create the lesson plan. You can give your learning objective also. You can just the way I mentioned that whatever information you feel that they are relevant for the generation of the kind of, one can say. Okay, so maybe there are some issues over here. So maybe I will use some other browser to open it. Let me open over here. Maybe I can close some of this. So meanwhile, you can go over here and so let's say I'm educator. So this is one of the nice AI tool because it's okay. Voice is not. I hope my voice is audible still. Is it not? Can anyone confirm?
Yes, sir, your voice is audible. Perfectly audible.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to this Magic Tools and why I Magic Schools AI and why I like this because it has a number of options available. So you will be able to soon see, and you don't have to kind of uh, follow the create framework over here because like you can't go to the doctor and tell him that assume the role of doctor because he's already doctor, right? So same thing is like this. So maybe so this is time consuming. I'm sorry. I guess I should try for that this particular link itself because then it will be easier for me to demonstrate instead of setting up my account because that will take roughly 1 or 2 minutes more. Let me see if I can. It's slightly slow. Let's wait over here then. Because I had already logged in from this. Let me try over here also. Meanwhile, just like most of the things, the first step is difficult over here also. It's taking a lot of time. Anyways, meanwhile, I can just can anyone mention any of the topic on which you would like to prepare a lesson plan so that I will use that particular topic in the demo? Okay, so maybe the site itself seems down because a lot of people are, I guess, using it simultaneously. Should not happen like this. But anyways, we can try this after some time. Human resource management, network analysis, okay, agentic AI, programming for benefits of AI, AI for agriculture. Okay. Nature-based. Okay, one more link which I can showcase to you or share with you is which is called curriculum design. This is called custom GPT. So what's the idea of custom GPT? Let me also explain that so that you can appreciate it. So let me just go to the chat. So this is one more designated kind of one can say GPT just for kind of expert one can say just for curriculum design. So you can just use this and so here you don't need to follow the create framework because it's already kind of expert in one can say uh, in curriculum design, right? So Magic School is still taking a lot of time. So meanwhile, I can just go through this particular, maybe I can close this. This is not required. And I can go to this. Okay, fine. So a lot of topics are there. So I am going to like let's go for AI for agriculture. Okay, so and AI for agriculture is mentioned by I guess Dr. Sagrika Das. So, ma'am, can you mention to whom you are teaching this particular subject? I can still follow the create framework, assume a role of an expert who knows concepts of AI as well as uh, agriculture. Okay, I can just say, okay. And the you design nice practical curriculum aligned with the target audience, in this particular case, students. Okay. I could avoid this second line also because anyway the kind of GPT is expert in curriculum design, but just I'm following the create framework and uh, this subject target audience. So I can just mention BTech. I got response from ma'am, so I can just say this is BTech slash MTech students. Okay, fine. And I should now make it personalized, right? Design this curriculum for of length, right? I can just mention the semester length, or maybe depending upon the lectures, I can just mention of length 40 hours. I can just say, okay. Usually we teach 40 hours for a 3 credit subject. Okay. Then we can also mention some examples, like so. I can just say take inspiration from the state of the art. And ideally, I should also kind of identify the corresponding syllabus of reputed institutes like IITs or MITs, and then attach them so that it will be easier for the GPT to kind of take inspiration from those kind of material. Otherwise, it has to look for the corresponding material, which I'm going to mention over here, right? State of the art, one can say, of course, we can attach the syllabus file also, but we are trying to generate it, right? So we are assuming that, let's say, we don't have existing syllabus which we had usually, but let's say you are proposing a new syllabus, new curriculum, then you have to follow this. Of course, if you want some modification, then the prompt will be different. But I have explained you the framework, so now you will be able to kind of create of your own, right? How you should write and what you should write in order to modify it. Let me just try to kind of continue with this. State of the art methods mentioned in uh, reputed institutes like MITs, MIT, and IITs. Okay, whatever. Uh, Also, ensure you keep in mind that the students are from Indian rural background, let's say. Okay. Because otherwise it may generate something which is aligned with European countries, because we are teaching this in India. So that context must be important. And then we can also mention that our students know that usually we teach basics of Python programming, right? And basics of, let's say, whatever domain we have uh, proposed, right? So this much they know, right? They don't know anything about, let's say, AI and advanced concepts of agriculture. Ensure you also follow NEP guidelines, right? So this kind of prompt we can give, and then uh, you will appreciate the concept of, means the response over here. So as you can see, it's starting with course objective, right? What are the by the end of the course, right? So usually it should highlight. I could also improve upon this. Can anyone suggest what I could improve further? I could also mention Bloom's taxonomy, right? And ensure that all the kind of objectives follow. But anyway, it's there as we can see. Apply, develop, right? Build and deploy, that identify, right? So all of this are right kind of aligned with. But some more advancements which you could do is, so one more feature which I like with respect to Chat GPT is now you can select this and I can ask Chat GPT to only modify this thing. So I can just select this and tell it to modify, like, at the end of the course, you will be able to, right? And then let Chat GPT complete the sentence, right? Of course, so means we all are from very diverse backgrounds. So I won't be able to cover everything, but I'm just giving you some ideas. Means what should be the approach And of course, you can try this with me simultaneously. And if you feel that your response is very nice, you can share your screen and showcase it to all of us, right? So you can see what I have done is after this, and it's also giving me the breakdown. Week 1, 4 hours, this is the topic. Week 2, 4 hours, this is the topic. Week 3, week 4, week 5, week 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But let's say I wanted some practical case study, but it has already included, so it's fine, right? It's there, and mini project is there, which is good, right? And it's also mentioning what are the teaching methods, right? Visual simulation, field integration, assessment strategies, even resources, textbooks, right? So it's a very detailed response. And now I had told it to modify this objective. So it has modified, hopefully. Let's verify. Let me see. By the end of the course, you will be revise. So it has revised over here. By the end of the course, you will be able to perform all these things, right? So like that. So it has done the modification also. And all the, so I can also go on and on. I can say modify uh, the objectives as per Bloom's taxonomy. Right. So as per your university, you may have different kind of requirements, but I'm just showcasing you how you can interact with AI in order to get what you want, right? So the strategy will remain same, only the words will change as per your requirement, right? So as you can see, now it's focusing on the standard terminology of Bloom's, right? Remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, create, right? So we will be able to see those words over here, right? So that is there. And not only this, from this, you will be able to also generate questions, resource material, right? In one can say, or the case studies, right? A lot of possibilities. And nowadays, I'm not sure how many of you are using this Gemini in classroom. But if you are using your institute email ID, then by default, as per my knowledge, Gemini is integrated. And if it is not, then maybe you can contact to your admin who is managing this digital infrastructure at your university, and they can enable this Gemini option with your classroom. And then you will get a number of options over there, right? So I guess this is also a very nice, one can say, resource or one can say tool where you will be able to accomplish almost everything with respect to and let me highlight the new features which can kind of make your life even easier. For example, if I'm clicking on generate a quiz, so let me just say that my target audience is university, right? And I want to, this is just for demo, so I am just talking about 3 questions, and I'm just saying basics of Python programming, right? And then it will generate some objectives. Let's see. And if I'm not happy with objectives, of course, I can modify them. But for now, I'm happy with the objectives because it's covering the essential things like data types and normal functions like print and input functions, and along with if else loops, and a lot of objectives have been created, but it's fine. So let me accordingly modify the number of questions. I guess 3 is too less. Let me have 10 questions. And then I will say, let's say the questions are of type multiple choice. Okay. And then I will just click on this generate button. So soon, not only it will generate the question, uh, it will, the important thing will come after the questions, right? I guess here, the more important thing for us is there is one option of export, but I will be very much interested in this last option, export to forms. So most of the times, faculty members struggle to generate this kind of Google forms where we have to manually write each question, or maybe even if you are copy pasting, then it takes a lot of time. But here, it's going to, okay, so maybe I have to enable this. Some pop-up has been kind of blocked, right? So let me allow it. So now let me declick it. So then hopefully I will be able to open this in Google Forms, and then I can make that particular form as a quiz, right? So this is how you can save a lot of time of yours, right? So a very nice feature of one can say Google Classroom combined with Gemini. So you can see, right? So all the questions are over here, and now the Google form is ready, which I can just kind of circulate to my students, right? Of course, I can do some changes with respect to theme and the name of the kind of, and you can also give your feedback or questions if you have any. I'm also monitoring the chat, or maybe you can give some emoji feedback so that I can understand whether you would like me to continue with this topic or talk about something else. Okay. So now let me go through one more time Gemini. This time, so I will just highlight what are kind of essential for us and which will kind of make your life easier. We were talking about lesson plan. Then so one of the kind of aspect of one can say curriculum. So let's have one lesson plan also. And someone was asking how to upload and where to upload. So you can clearly see this particular option, upload from Drive. So you can have your old one can say old material over here, right? You can directly upload it from the Drive and provide it over here, right? Whatever material you have. So that context will be kind of attained by kind of considered by Gemini while generating the new kind of answers, right? One can say. So here I am not sure whether I have some kind of, maybe I can just search Python. I have a lot of kind of, one can say, notebooks, but they are not associated with Drive as of now, as per my knowledge. But still, let me just search Python. If I find something is relevant, then I can give. But otherwise, for basic topics, that if you don't need much personalization, then we can just go ahead with whatever kind of Gemini is providing us. So for now, I'm not wasting time over here because it may take some time to search and all. So let me just come up with one nice lesson plan. Again, I'm talking this for university students, and template is generic. So some options are there. Let's say general template. And then I will just say what topic I would like to teach to my students. So I would like to teach them topics, basics of Python loops, right? Both I can just mention for loop from a while loop. And I can also mention kind of, one can say, what are the student interests again for personalization, right? So I can just quickly mention why student interest, what they like, so that whatever is kind of being generated, that is aligned with their kind of interest. So let's say they love to spend time on, let's say, Instagram, and we can also add some more hobbies, right? So maybe this time we give some other game, let's say badminton, right? So let's say, or maybe most of the students love these two things. And now first it will generate learning objective. And if we are happy with learning objective, we can of course modify this, right? So whatever learning objective have been kind of generated, we have to go through it, right? That whether they are making sense or not. And we can also add something, right? So I can just add that ensure real world examples, right? Aligned with uh, one can say, and don't worry, right? We are going to spend, I guess, still 6 more hours after this, right? I have the next immediate session is mine, and also I'll be there on 29th. So whatever questions you have, I will try to answer all of them by the end of this FTP for sure. Right. And also you can connect with me on LinkedIn. So I will share that also in case if I fail to answer some of your queries, but I will ensure I will answer them. So ensure real world examples aligned with this loops are considered in my lesson plan, okay, or included in my lesson plan, whatever it is, okay. So this is my revised plan, and then I can also describe my class. My class has 80 students, right? And most of them are from, let's say, India and Hindi speaking, let's say. Right. So I'm just giving some insights about class. As specific instructions as you can give, you should give, so that the whatever lesson plan comes up, that will be kind of very much aligned with your student interests, right? They will be it's kind of tailored to your student interests. And not only kind of lesson overview and aligned with the lesson what things are there. It's also giving what material will be needed, right? Whiteboard, projector, markers, right? Access to computers, right? This is recommended, right? And print out, right? Or if you can give some activity prompts, right? All those things are there. And one more important thing which I like about this generation is it's also giving common misconception, right? So this is worldwide, right? Worldwide, whenever people have taught this particular topic to their students, then this has been observed that these are the misconception among the students worldwide. So you can give specific attention to these points while delivering your lectures so that your students don't struggle with this, right? So that's the whole idea of this common misconception thing, right? And not only this, it's also suggesting nice applications aligned with whatever I have mentioned. So I had mentioned Instagram, if you can recall. So how Instagram likes are kind of one can simulate Instagram likes with a for loop. So that activity is kind of explained over here. It's also giving me timeline. How should I approach this activity? Right? I should spend 5 minutes on introduction, asking these questions. Then I should guide them for 10 minutes, and then I should give them this kind of task, right? And one more activity. Again, this is corresponding to badminton. So this is just for one small demo. So in your case, you can actually take survey, or maybe based on the intro session with your students, you can identify that these are the top 2 or 3 interests of your students, and then you can design this kind of nice activities so that your students can appreciate or understand the new concepts they can grasp this very easily and very quickly also, right? And of course, this is not the end. As you can see, I can generate a quiz. I can also find the relevant kind of videos resources. And one of the participants had mentioned that you can also use this to generate hooks. Yes, this is okay. So one more important question, like I already mentioned, Polymiji. So this is free, provided you are using your university ID, as per my knowledge. So, and Gemini is kind of kind, and very soon this will be kind of common to everyone. But as of now, as per my knowledge, for teachers, this is there. And if it is not there, then you should contact to the digital infrastructure team of your institute. And you can also look online that this is if you are having this Google Workplace account, then this feature is for free, right? And so around 30 features are there. I'm just explaining one of them, right? So again, I can continue with this, and I will just keeping some of the things that which I like, okay? And then let's click on generate. So then it will come up with some nice hooks, all right, with respect to this topic. So the idea is, as you can see, all of this, right? So you can go through this, and of course you can export all of this to docs that is there. And if you click on this overlapping kind of one can say squares, then you can copy this and paste it in the classroom or wherever you want. I guess there is no direct option of exporting this into classroom in some sense, but of course you can copy paste this, so this is fine. So again, this is kind of very much interesting. Filter application sequence, and so materials none, and instructions. Ask students, when you apply a filter to an Instagram photo, even a simple one, do you think the app applies it all at once, or does it perform a series of small adjustments repeatedly to achieve the final look? And explain that applying a series of steps to each pixel is a repetitive process, and then there is a idea of for loop which will help us, right? So it's a very intelligent example. And if you want to come up with this kind of example, then you have to spend a lot of time, because you have to first learn the Instagram, right? So all of us may not be familiar with Instagram or maybe badminton, right? So AI has kind of, one can say, kind of expert in millions of games and billions of kind of one can say web shows and TV shows. So it can easily kind of generate this kind of mapping, and which this can help tremendously with respect to your lesson planning. And so I recommend you. So as you can see, it's very easy. I can just click over here, and then share this link with you so you can check whether it's there or not in your case. And since this is a state of the art thing, so I thought we should include this in our discussion. So let me just go over here. So it's taking some time. Okay, fine. Now I can paste this. Okay. Oh, awesome. So many of you have kind of checked it, and I guess it's available to you. So I'm very glad that now you can do this simultaneously. Right. I'm sharing the links in the chat box also. Right. I'm trying to do so. So depending upon what you are teaching, right? I also like this choice board thing, right? So maybe I can take one of the topics from the previous mentions, right? So you had mentioned I'm glad that all of you are very much active and you have given a lot of kind of write-ups in the chat, which I can use. So maybe I can go for digital AI for future, maybe. Let's go with AI for future. Let's see target audience is 10th standard, and let's say AI for future. Even though it's generic, but our focus is not on kind of a topic. Our focus is on what it's going to give us, right? So don't go with the topic. Focus on uh, what type of outcomes you can generate and how you can utilize them, right? Those things are more kind of relevant for us. So you can see how good this looks, and you can directly export this to your class, right? So it's giving us this kind of options. So this is mainly for personalization. Like, so many of you, I'm glad that you have mentioned about personalization. So personalization is all about whatever we are teaching or whatever resources we are providing, that is generic, but our audience is diverse. So how we are going to kind of make sure that whatever resources we are provided, that is aligned with their interests, and maybe they can students can adopt to those resources as per their pace. So this one of the option is this choice board, I feel, because here students can pick one of this kind of exercise and complete it, right? They don't need to do all of them. So they get this kind of options, and all of these are kind of equally, one can say, if you notice, then the approximate time is roughly same for each of the activity, right? No class code is required. This is generic, right? This is, you can see, okay, so maybe I should spend some time over here. So if you go to this fourth option on the left hand side, so then there is a Gemini, right? So you go over there and then you can play with this. And if you like something, then you can click on add to class. And then it will tell me to select the class, right? From whatever class I have, right? I can select one of them, and then I can straight away post this particular thing over there, right? So this way you can save a lot of time. But of course, use AI for enhancement, not replacement. So you don't need to, you should not blindly trust this. What I recommend is first spend some time, because it's saving a lot of time of yours. But fraction of time you must give to ensure that your prompt is correct. You are giving the proper context. That is the first thing. And the second important part is whatever kind of being generated, you must verify it, whether it's sensible to your student or not. Sometimes it will generate something which is entirely for maybe that it requires some advanced kind of tool, one can say laptops or maybe iPads, which are not available with our students. So then you have to modify accordingly, right? So those things you have to be kind of um, verify before giving this to your students. So that is my recommendation. So of course we can explore more because it's very what I like about this is you don't need to follow any create framework or anything, because this itself is designed for one can say education purpose. So it's being kind of trained on number of resources, and that too with designated tasks. So we don't need to worry a lot with respect to outcomes. They will be of relatively high quality for sure, right? So you can see other options will connect with, of course, us to other platforms. And I'm not going to cover them because, of course, you have dedicated sessions for, as per my knowledge, Google Notebook LM also and Gemini also. So I'm not spending time for them, but let's focus on the curriculum part and lesson plan things. So of course we know now how to create lesson plan. We had also generated quiz. Let's say we have generated some assignment, but now we would like to kind of generate rubrics for them. So we can also do this. Okay, so some of you may not get this option. So I've already mentioned, you first ensure that you are using your institute ID, not your personal ID. And second thing, even after using your institute ID, if you are not getting, then you should contact the team who is managing digital infrastructure of your institute and request them to ask for this particular feature, because it's, as per my knowledge, the version which I am presenting to you, that is for free. The advanced version, of course, will have some charges, but the basic version, which is Google is giving everyone to every educator to free to in free. That is I'm focusing over here, right? So that thing you can do. So of course you can kind of, I can describe the assignment over here, and it will generate some rubric to it, right? So target grade is, of course, let's say 10th, performance level let's say up to 5, and then I can just mention some tasks. So let's say task is to, some instructions are given. Let's say I'm just saying demonstrate uh, use case of Euclid's algorithm in number theory, right? Just I'm just coming up with some kind of instruction, and then I guess I should give more context, so then it will be able to create more. But still, let's focus on number theory. Let's say students must be able to understand number theory properly. So let's come up with some kind of criteria, right? So of course, my this is very bad prompting, but still, this is just to showcase you the capabilities of this tool, and you can of course play with this and generate some sensible results. And but you can see how well it's generating this rubrics, right? And usually for descriptive assignments, that this kind of rubrics makes more sense. I've given wrong example in some sense, because for mathematical kind of tasks, this is not a good rubric. But for descriptive report, right, usually this is a good way of providing rubric criteria to your students. And of course, you can, as per my knowledge, yes, you can see, you can directly add this to your class to, and you can tell your students that these are nothing but the evaluation criteria for this particular assignment, and make sure you follow them properly. And this criteria are sensible also, as you can see, right? Strongly exceeding, kind of excellent. This is kind of our above average. This is kind of average, right? This is kind of just passing, kind of, and this is kind of fail. Okay, so this is how this 5 criteria is there. So of course you can change this number. If you go back to my kind of prompt, then you will, okay, so maybe I can just click over here. So then I will be able to go back over here. So here you can see performance level was 4. I can also give more, let's say 5. You can suggest me something, so maybe so that I can generate something sensible. Any topic on which you would like to generate rubrics, you can just type in the chat box. I will just take it from there. A rubric means basically this is assessment criteria. You have created some assignment, and you give students that this is the criteria based on which you are going to evaluate their work. So that is called rubric, right? So we are just generating rubric, because that is also very kind of time consuming process, that we are good with coming up with kind of questions, but the questions are not just enough. We should also give kind of a concrete uh, description of what is being required. Okay, so you have given a number of responses. Unfortunately, I won't be able to take kind of topics from all of you, but let me just try to kind of consider one of them for now. Sorry, I guess this WebEx is slightly slow. Okay, fine, it's opening. So next time I won't close this so that I can directly okay, so I'm just going with the first topic which is mentioned. Okay, fine. Okay, so this is the topic. Okay. Okay, unfortunately, there is no minimize sign over there. Anyways, okay, normal distribution curve in statistics for psychology. Knowledge or skills you want students to demonstrate. Maybe I can just say emotional intelligence. I'm not sure whether it's sensible to say this or not. And maybe we can just say human nature. I'm not sure, but I'm just writing something which is aligned with the psychology. Okay. So when I hear psychology, I usually think about these two things. So I've just mentioned it. And of course, it will generate the criteria based on this. So you can see I have mentioned 5. So it's generating this 5 criteria. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I click over here, then it should be able to generate rubrics accordingly, right? So I'm sorry, means I'm not giving justice to the topic in some sense because the objective is not to explain you in some sense what a good rubric should look like. The objective is how to use AI for quick as well as one can say sensible generation of rubrics. So I'm focusing on that part more. So as you can see, all these aspects have been mentioned over here. And again, the same 5 criteria, right? Meeting, approaching, far from approaching, and this will look good, right? And students will be also able to understand. Usually, we just give them assignment, but we don't give them the criteria based on which we are going to assess. So it's better to tell them upfront that these are the criteria based on which. And of course, if you don't like this, then you can edit this. So someone has mentioned about, I guess, communication skill, but that was not aligned with the topic which I have taken, so it's fine, I guess. Or maybe I can just include it. I'm not sure whether it's sensible to include this over here or not, but let me just include this. Let's say communication skills also. And then if I regenerate the criteria, then it will consider that those skills also in the criteria. So very easy for you. All you need to do is you have to just write down the instruction of your assignment and the skills which you want in your students, which on based on what skills you would like to evaluate the assessment. That is your objective. So you just mention the skills which you want, and then this Gemini will generate the criteria, and then you can accordingly generate the rubrics, right? So and so it's again, this is an iterative process. So if you don't like it, you can of course modify this and come up with better response, right? So of course you can play with this and get more of it, right? Get more insights about it. Okay, so I guess this is a good time to take a short break. All right, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and then once you come back, there will be a surprise quiz. So good luck for it. So we'll take a small break, and don't worry, the quiz won't be kind of it won't its marks won't be considered for your certification or anything, but this is just to demonstrate how interactively one should kind of one can say organize quizzes in the classroom, right? So that's the objective. As per, I guess someone from EICT, IIT Guwahati can guide us how much time we are taking for the break. Let's so
Yeah,
whatever
hello.
ma'am suggests. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go on.
Yeah, sir, can we take a 10 minutes break? Is that okay, sir?
Okay, 10 minutes. Fine. No issues. Okay. So we'll start at 4:10. Right?
Okay,
Okay.
okay, sir. So, dear participants, we request you not to log out from the link because login again will be a very difficult task. So, kindly make your system connect, remain the system connected and come back by 4:10. All the queries will be addressed after that. Thank you. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, so can we start now?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Sure, sure. Just a second. Okay, so I was just making you to kind of, in some sense. Okay, just a second. This is done. Okay, maybe I have to stop screen sharing for a moment so that I can somehow hide the correct responses. Just a second. So maybe over here, can go somewhere else first. Um, Let me go over here. I can't see. Okay. Maybe I will share my screen from over here so that this screen you won't be able to see. That is a good idea, I guess. Just a second. Okay, fine. So before we go ahead, I would like to highlight one more concept, which is called custom GPT. So custom GPT is like, let's say you have followed some kind of framework, let's say create framework you have followed, or maybe let's say you like one particular prompt very much, and you feel that this particular prompt will be helpful not only to you, but all the kind of one can say members of your organization. So what you can do is you can bundle this particular custom prompt which you have generated um, to some kind of platform like chat gpt or right? So what ideally you are going to do is you are customizing the gpt which is available to everyone. So in other words, what I'm trying to say over here is you have written your own prompt, you have added some files, you have added some your knowledge. So let's say I am good with teaching Python. So what I can do, I can give some additional instructions to ChatGPT to behave in a particular manner. And then I'm also attaching all the teaching material which I have created over the period of last, let's say 1 or 2 years. And then I have created this customized version of ChatGPT, which is called custom GPT. Right. So this definition is important to know. And of course, there are many custom GPTs, and I will showcase them to you in a while. Meanwhile, our focus is on let's just quickly see how much you have understood on the topics which I have discussed in the first session. So therefore, we will have one quick quiz. But the objective of quiz is not only to just check your kind of understanding. It's more about explaining you about a platform which you can utilize for one can say interactive games and quizzes like this. Okay. So let me just start this particular quiz, and you need either you can use your cell phone or you can use kind of your laptop. There are two options. So now let me just resume my screen sharing so that you can kind of understand what I'm trying to say, right? So hopefully my screen is visible. I can verify it's visible over here. So I was just giving you a practice of scanning QR code in the break. So now you have to scan this particular QR code. So there are two options. Either you can scan this particular QR code, or you can go to this particular joinmyquiz.com and enter this particular code 995899. And once you do so, I will be able to see over here that whether you have joined or not. And what I request is you enter your own kind of name, not some dummy name, right? So this is how, as a teacher, screen will look like to you. So what I recommend you kind of look at into this particular screen of mine, as well as uh, for answering the questions. Of course, you have to use your own device. So that's the idea. And the other tools which are mentioned in the kind of session officially, they have some limitations, including Nearport. They afford only 40 participants, but this joinmyquiz.com, the wayground.com, right? So previously it was known as quizzes. It accommodates a lot, right? As per my knowledge, at least it will allow 300 of you for sure, right? Maybe it can allow more than that, but as per my knowledge, and this is a good way of taking attendance also. So I can share this to representative from IIT Guwahati to just let them know how many of you were actively participating in the sessions. So join as quickly as possible. Options I have mentioned already, that either you can scan this QR code or you can go to this joinmyquiz.com. So maybe I can zoom this QR code if you are not able to scan it. But otherwise, what you can do is you can just go to this joinmyquiz.com and write this code. So that will also work. Okay, you are requesting me to zoom, I guess. Okay, so maybe I can do this then. It's simply joinmyquiz.com. That's it. So no. Okay, so maybe you can see over here joinmyquiz.com and then the code is 998. Okay, so let me try to unzoom this and then do the same. I don't want to play a lot with this setup as of now because um, it may disturb. Okay, so maybe uh, I can also kind of give this via link, but it's okay, Miss. I guess most of you are able to join this, so it's fine. Ma'am, can you tell me how many participants are actually present as of now? So accordingly, we can wait. Should we wait for 200 or more? So as soon as I click on the start
Yes,
button,
sir.
it will start. Yes, ma'am.
Wait for at
Uh,
least 200 because 945 participants are there in the WebEx right now. But only
okay,
149
okay.
have connected in this quiz.
Okay, it's actually maybe showcasing more on their device when they are kind of trying to join. Okay, okay. So maybe that's why it's reloading over here. Okay, okay. So we don't want this to crash. So maybe I will just start it, and then what we will do is in between also you can join. Just that I would like to give the flavor of it, right? So because the page is becoming irresponsive, so it's better that either I refresh this. Let me refresh this. Yes, it will start once I click on start button. So therefore it's not started. Yes. So hopefully you are still there on the page, right? Otherwise you have to scan this again. So that will take a lot of time. So yes, okay, then it's fine. Thank you, Dr. Divya and Dr. Vasim. Thank you. Anita ji, thank you. So now once I see this page, we will start it because otherwise it will take a lot more time. I guess now it's struggling because a lot of you have joined. Uh, but I have tried this up to 250. Up to 250, I guess it works very uh, fine. Okay, so 336 I can see. So maybe I guess this is a good time to start. Others can also join in. Okay, in between, right? So I'm starting now. Is it fine, ma'am, or should I wait 1 or 2 minutes more?
No, so you can start.
Yes, yes. I guess we can start. Okay. So I've already clicked on this start button. Hopefully, or maybe it's too crowded. That's why it's struggling. But let's see. Hopefully, it should start. Otherwise, I'll request some of you to kind of. It is started from the student side, but unfortunately, it's not visible to me. But yes, I can hear some noise, kind of sound, so that it means it is started. But I guess it's too crowded. That's why it's struggling. Okay, okay. So then let me just refresh one more time because then only we can go ahead. So it seems there is a limitation for no, this is teacher pace. So as once I click on the next button, then only you will be able to see the next question. It's like that. But I guess the participants are too many, so therefore I guess it seems to be kind of failing in some sense. So what I request, maybe um, either we can start one more, or let me just try to refresh this so that I can show it how it works. Or maybe we can start one more quiz in which only one can say I will allow only 5 to 10 just to demonstrate you how it looks. Okay, now it's coming. Now it's coming. Now it's coming. I guess the first question is over. Now let me try to close the unnecessary links so that it can. So if you don't get QR code, it's fine. On the right and left hand side, you can see that uh, join with code option is also there. So joinmyquiz.com, and then you can just enter that code. I think I have to start a new quiz, right? Because it's struggling, right? We can see it's clearly struggling to kind of continue, and it can waste a lot of time of ours. So maybe what I can do, I can quickly start a new quiz, and in which I will just allow maybe 100 of you, so that we can avoid this kind of issue, right? So maybe what I can do, I will try just one last time. if it works, then it's fine. Otherwise, we will start with something else, or maybe one more quiz, but with limited people. Yeah, but the idea is since it is teacher paced, so that means I will control that how you will see the questions. So maybe what I can do is I can make this student paced so that you can give answers based on your pace. So that way, I guess maybe you will be able to respond to this. Yes, demo. Yes, that's what I was trying to do, but I guess a lot of you have joined, so therefore we are struggling. So let me again close some of this because I guess we have discussed all of this. So maybe I can close this entire thing. This thing also we have discussed, so I can close this. I can close this also. And meanwhile, I can also explain kind of the platform because the purpose is not to evaluate you anyway. My idea was how to kind of uh, conduct a quiz, right? So that's the objective. So what I can do is I can showcase you step by step uh, uh, guidance, right? How to improve student engagement, right? With the help of this tool. So the Wayground is the name of the platform, right? So I'm also sharing this kind of previously it was quizzes. So I'm also sharing the link of this in the classroom so that you can also go and check this particular platform. I'm closing the quiz which we had started earlier. Maybe I will start a new quiz soon, but before that, let me just explain the platform itself first. It's taking some time. In between, there is one more tool which if you can kind of recall, then in the title itself, we have also mentioned about interactive reading. So nowadays, the main challenge is people are not reading books a lot, right? Including teachers. So how to overcome this particular challenge? So for that particular purpose, the name of the tool is Umata. So I'm also sharing the link of this particular tool in the chat box, which is called Umata. And then I will explain the key use cases of this particular tool in the classroom setup, as well as kind of one can say in the for the research purpose, as well as for curriculum development, right? So that is also a theme of our session. So let me just highlight how this works and how it's better as compared to Chat GPT in the context of some of the tasks, which includes interactive reading. Okay. So now what is the idea of this particular tool? You can upload any of this type of file, as you can see, PDF, doc, PPT, and maybe if you want, you can also upload some URL and also it supports YouTube video nowadays, right? But ideally, what I recommend, upload PDF. So let's say I've uploaded a PDF. So once it is uploaded completely, I will be able to see this particular ask button. So let me click on this particular ask button. Okay, so I'm clicking on this ask button. Let's see what happens. So as you can see, one beautiful interface has appeared. So I'm now, as you can see, on the left hand side, I will get power of AI, right? So on the left hand side, I have AI, and on the right hand side, I have this PDF, right? So as you can see, it has best of both the worlds. On the left hand side, I can interact, I can ask questions about the PDF, and on the right hand side, I can read the PDF, right? So that's the whole idea. So let's say if I ask some question, then it's giving answer. That is obvious. But the more important thing is for every question, it's also giving me citation. And the citations are very much important. Why? Because if I click them, then you will be able to see some magic will happen, right? You can see something is highlighted in yellow color. So that means not only it's answering me, it's also telling me from where it has captured this answer. So this is a very good way to identify. Let's say you are explaining a particular definition or some key terminology to your students. and that is there in some notes or some chapters, and you recommend them to go through this particular chapter. So you can just say, give me all the occurrences of this particular term, or maybe you can just ask, based on this particular document, explain about whatever term is there, and then you will see all the occurrences of that particular term will be highlighted. So this will encourage in some sense non-linear reading, which is still good, right? Something is better than in some sense one can say something is better than nothing, correct? So as you can see, you can also modify the kind of length of this windows, right? So if you want to focus more towards interaction, then you can stretch on towards the right hand side like this, so that I can focus more on the interaction. But if you want more focus on the kind of PDF side, then you can stretch it towards the left hand side, right? So that's the whole idea of it, right? So let me kind of try to balance this, correct? Fine. So now, as you can see, what is the basic theme of organization of periodic table? Some answer has been given, but no response. So let me focus on some actual good use cases first. So as you can see, generate 5 MCQs with correct answers based on the PDF. So it has generated and also giving correct answer, right? So that is fine. And now I'm not happy with this response because it's not giving me the location. So now I am saying also share reference location for correct answers, right? So now if I click on this, then it will highlight the based on what sentence or what discussion it has generated this correct answer. So this is how I can kind of appreciate it, because now of course you can control question numbers, question types, that all those things you can control. But this is why I recommend this is because this is based on whatever content we are generating exclusively. Of course, there will be 3 modes. They are called kind of grounded mode, balance mode, and the next one is kind of creative mode. But what I recommend is balance mode, in which whatever is being generated on the left hand side, that is mainly purely based on the uploaded material only, right? And in the creative mode, from the name itself, it's very much clear that the model will create something which is loosely based on the uploaded material, and the grounded mode is strictly whatever you have uploaded, based on that the responses will be generated. And as you can see now, lot of use cases. Let's say you can give this kind of reflection also, that as per my understanding, I have observed these 3 things. Okay, and then it will verify whether my understanding is correct or not based on the material uploaded over here. So you can also do this kind of classroom activity where you write a sentence on the UMATA on the left hand side, and you will ask students whether it's true or false, what they feel, and you just observe their reaction before you press on and press enter over there, and then it will explain the reasoning along with the correct answer whether it's true or false, right? So um, sorry. So a lot of possibilities with this tool. I'm trying to showcase some of some of the use cases, of course. And the important thing is, as you can see, citation will locate you to a particular kind of location. And apart from citation, you can also see pages. So it will also give us from which pages it's picking up this details, right? So those things are also there. From page number 2, page number 5, and page number 19, I'm getting the details. And if I click on this particular button, citation, then it will highlight the corresponding part from which this particular statement has been taken, right? So student or you can go through this and understand it in detail. And you can of course do this kind of summarization, summarize this in 5 lines, right? Whatever you want to do, those kind of things with respect to summarization or question generation, you can do, right? Tell me the key things about periodic law. So then it's telling me with citation, of course. So I can again click over there and read about the corresponding concept. And they are sensible, that I've already verified this, but you can also try this. You can start with uploading some material and then check how well it is giving the responses. Yes, I'm coming to all the questions. I just started explaining this particular tool. Don't worry, I will explain all the aspects, how to kind of fine tune it, where to get those settings. I'm coming to all those things. Of course, whatever I'm demonstrating, that is from free tool. In free version, there are, of course, there are some limitations. After, I guess, 20 file uploads, it won't allow you. But that much is fine, at least as a starter, because usually we nowadays we kind of read very less. So this will encourage, in some sense, of interactive reading, right? So now this is the first use case which I have mentioned. Okay, and side by side, also let me explain this via slides so that I can kind of ensure that I'm covering everything. So quick summary. So as soon as you kind of upload the document, by default, the Humata tool will generate summary for that particular document. So that is there. And explicitly also you can ask for quick summary. So that is anyway there. Of course, you can ask instant question and it will answer instantly about the question. And it will also assist in writing and generating new content based on the files. But the main thing is, unlike ChatGPT, this tool is built to work directly with files only, and whatever responses will be generated, those responses will be based on files. Not only just one file, you can also upload multiple files simultaneously and interact with all of them simultaneously. And citation feature and page feature will help you to verify the hallucination part. You can kill with this kind of tool, where you are sure that whatever is being generated, that is nothing but based on the files itself. So that's the advantage of this tool, right? So device definition, that is the first use case. I've already mentioned about it. Identify key term occurrences, that you are explaining some difficult concept and it's occurring many times across multiple modules. So we can ask about those concepts to this tool. Then practice problems, MCQs, of course, we can generate. It can also give us some guidelines for improvement. Let's say you explain your understanding and then tool will verify it and it will suggest that you have to do this to improve, right? And so on and so forth, right? So those are the advantages. Now let me talk about modes, right? Meanwhile, I'm not sure why this is taking too much time. Let me just go through some different browsers so that we can just check whether it's working or not. Okay, fine. Let's continue with Humata for now because we are talking about it. So now if I go over here with my settings, then somewhere you will be able to see that if I go to this chat option, then you can see there are three options: grounded, balanced, and creative. So balanced mode, as you can see, uses your document first, but Humata may add extra insight for fuller answer. That is what balance mode does is, right? So that is balance. Grounded means strictly cites your documentation for precise answer. So if you want something strictly based on your material, then grounded mode is good for you. If you want primarily based on responses primarily based on your uploaded material and then some kind of generation is fine, then this is your balance mode. And third one is, as you can see, creative mode. So creative mode is for generating something which is loosely based on the material which you have uploaded, right? So these are the three modes. So hopefully this will answer the query that how to kind of maintain those modes, right? So let me close this meanwhile. Okay, so these things we have discussed. So now let's talk. So as you can see, one more question was about language also. So as you can see, it supports all these languages: English, Spanish, French, and it also supports Hindi, right? So I had tried something with respect to Hindi. So if I go again, go back to my home, and I guess if I consider this particular file, the last one. Of course, this is kind of very old CV of mine, which I've uploaded. But as you can see, it's generating kind of summary in Hindi, right? And then it is also generating in Gujarati, right? I also asked it how many languages you support, so it has mentioned all this, and then I'm saying that इनके बारे में Gujarati में बताओ. So then it has converted this into Gujarati, right? So it in some sense it also supports this multiple languages. But let me focus on some nice use cases, including curriculum development, because that is the focus of our talk. So if I go to curriculum development, so let me first highlight my objective. Uh, my objective is to design, to come up with one new kind of syllabus based on the syllabus of some nice universities, including MIT. So what I'm going to do now, I've uploaded all the files which are aligned with my topic, and one file is kind of not aligned with my purpose, but still I've uploaded it just to check the capabilities of the tool, that whether a tool is going to consider the kind of aspects of this particular file or not. That I would like to check. So therefore, I have done like this, and then I will click on this Ask All button. So Ask All is also a nice feature. So in Ask All, from the name itself, it's very much clear that we are going to ask all the PDFs which we have uploaded in one go, right? So whatever is responses will be generated, that will be based on all the 3 PDFs. And I can click on this right arrow to see all the PDFs. This is the first file which I have uploaded. Okay. This is the second file. If I click on the next button, then you can see, you will be able to see the second file, right? So you can see this is the second file. Some resource is there with respect to MIT, generative AI. And the third file is not related to my objective, but still I've uploaded it just for kind of my understanding, right? Just to verify the understanding of this tool, right? So now what I'm saying it, so this is a very nice way of generating kind of curriculum in some sense, because you usually do follow this technique, but you do this manually, right? You kind of go through syllabus of nice universities and then try to combine them manually. But this tool will do this automatically in some sense. And of course, you can verify that from where it's taking the content, right? So now what I'm requesting, as you can see, design 10 weeks long course based on the attached files on generative AI. Give me week-wise content for the same. Make sure you add all relevant topics from the attached file. And you can see how rich the response is. And for each week, it's also giving me the citation. So if I click on this, then it will automatically highlight. And it's also changing the file. You can see from 3, it went to 2, and then it's highlighting the corresponding lines from which the particular point has been kind of taken, right? So maybe I can do this so that you can see this properly, but it's doing this properly, right? So if I click over here, so then again, right? So it will automatically modify, right? Okay. So now it's taking something from file number 1 also, right? So you can see from here, it has taken this week 7 content of basics of AI and machine learning, right? So like that, you can kind of take advantage of this. And towards the end of the answer, it's also giving summary from which pages it has kind of taken the content, right? So this PDF, page number 1 and 2, this PDF, page number 1 and 2, right? So now I can also kind of give me detailed breakup, right? I'm asking for the detailed breakup along with topic, subtopic name. So it's also giving me that. So, so this will be kind of detailed syllabus for the same. And then if I request it to include a module, which is for, which is aligned with the theme of this FDP, generative AI in teaching learning. So then it's saying it cannot provide because the mentioned document do not possess any information about the topic, right? So now what I did, I converted my mode from balanced to creative, and then I have given this command regenerate, and then it could generate this module too. So that's the use case of creative mode. Sometimes if you want something too badly, then you can also use this kind of creative mode to generate kind of responses for the things which are not mentioned in the attached documents, right? So that's the idea of this kind of creative mode, right? Which was there in this particular tool, right? So this is a very nice use case how we can generate curriculum. Meanwhile, I guess this is take wait. Okay, so maybe what I can do, I can try one more time. Let me try to. Okay, so meanwhile, I can explain one more thing, um, which I wanted to highlight anyway. I'm thankful to ma'am from IIT Guwahati. She has provided me details of yours. So now I'm going to demonstrate one nice application. So many of the times, what happens that we are good with all these things now, right? We are kind of AI enabled. We can generate nice question. We can generate nice. We can conduct examination in nice way. We can evaluate it, but when it comes to distribution of marks, right, we still struggle because we usually what we do, we put all these things in a PDF or in Excel file like this, and then usually we share this Excel file to kind of in classroom, right? So the limitation of this is now student A will be able to know kind of marks of entire class, right? So there is no personalization in that sense. I should not say personalization. It's no, there's no security in some sense, right? Because the marks must be if someone is giving evaluating me, then he or she should only communicate to me, not to the entire class about my performance, right? So we have to somehow ensure that whatever marks are being kind of obtained by kind of our students, they get personalized responses, personalized emails for along with their marks, right? So how to automate that? So for that particular purpose, I have already written a code, JavaScript. So let me explain you how we can integrate kind of this. Okay, so there is one nice suggestion. Maybe I've opened too many tabs. That's why it's not working. But don't worry, I will go back to it and explain it to you for sure. Meanwhile, let me just explain you this nice use case. Hopefully, the context is set that you have evaluated your students and the result is with you. Let's say midterm marks, end term marks, and you would like to distribute these marks to your students, and you have email IDs of your students with you. So how will you automate this? How can we do this automatically, right? So that's the objective. So I will go to the app script. So there are three different options. I am going to this auto underscore Python, that is the script. And if email IDs are correct, then it should work properly. So let me just try it. So what it will do, you can guess from the script itself. It's going to send automatic emails to all the participants. Right? Each participant will get one email along with his or her marks. And the subject line of the email will be like this: your final Python programming marks. And the mails will be personalized because the name will be also mentioned, right? Student name is there, and it will end with as you can see, it will end with my name, right? So that is there, right? So you can of course modify this, and I'm just trying to run this. Okay, so let's run this, and it's connected with my Gmail, right? So automatically the emails have been kind of started, and you can see this is a very long sheet, right? So around 930 participants are there. So if you send this, if you perform this manually, so this will take a number of hours of yours, right? But with this script, you will be able to do, okay, so there is one issue with this email ID. So therefore the script has been stopped. So now I have to correct this email ID. So then it should go. So maybe I guess there is a dot, or maybe the space is not there. So let me just kind of correct this and then execute it one more time. So if I go to Ravindra, right? So this is, I guess, this is where the trouble is. Maybe I can search one more time. Okay, so what it is mentioning. Let me just search this. Okay, so here on line number 91, there is one error. So let me just try to correct this. So I am assuming there is no space. So if I remove this space, then it should work. So I've modified this. Okay, so now I can run this again. So I just need to run this again. Let's see. And I will share this code with you. It's available. I've already created a YouTube video also explaining you all the steps, but it is just for because I have attended the inaugural session. I couldn't attend fully, but one of the coordinators sir was mentioning that we should also focus on how kind of automation can help us with respect to some admin task also, right? So that's why I'm trying to highlight this nice use case. And okay, so there is one more unfortunately invalid email ID. So therefore it's uh, okay. So you don't need to worry about this. In this particular case, I have generated this script, but you don't need to generate. You have ChatGPT with you. You have Gemini with you. So after once I demonstrate this, then I will ask you one repetitive task which you do with respect to your results, and we will make ChatGPT to write the code, and we will also generate some demo marks, and I will showcase how you can generate your own script like this without any knowledge. You just have to know you should have just knowledge of English and chat gpt, that's it. So that much thing is sufficient. Okay, so there is no email ID, I guess. One more exception is there, @gmail.com. Let me just check. uh, Someone hasn't mentioned his or her email address, therefore we are getting this error. Usually I am using this method since last 1 year, and there are some tools like one can say mail merge, but they are paid. So this is free version, and free you can send this kind of personalized emails to your students. Okay, so this was the error. So here, instead of this, I will just write down my email ID because we can't ask him or her. Yes, so this is just for completion. Let me just write down my email ID. So hopefully now it should work. In my case, I don't get this kind of error because usually all the email IDs are correct. But since the database is too long, here we are getting this kind of error. But of course, I will showcase you if I executed kind of code in some sense, how it will look, right? So some of you have already got the email. I can also go to my, but let's wait. I hope that there are no other mistakes in the email address, and soon it will showcase execution completed message also, so that it looks good and complete. But trust me, it's sending email. I can, of course, go to kind of my sent items and showcase you. So you can see in seconds we could accomplish this, and manual work will could take us at least an hour for this kind of task. And we are also giving some kind of verification to students, some kind of proof to our students, because tomorrow students may not come and ask us that, sir, I my marks were 18, not 17, right? So we could say, check your email, right? I have shared all the marks via email. And uh, yes, Dr. Preeti, you can also share your files which are there on Drive, but you have to code intelligently, means you have to prompt intelligently, right? So many of you have received, but it's 900, so therefore it's taking some more time. But in my case, okay, so one more email ID, there are some issues, but hopefully you got the idea that how it works. I can give you some proof with respect to my if I go to my sent emails, then you should be able to see that a lot of emails will be there with the same kind of one can say email. So you can see, right? So it's sending emails, right? So this is the proof. With your name will come. So in this particular case, with respect to Babita ji, name is coming and marks are also coming, right? Right. So this is how it works. Okay. So this is so smooth, right? So hopefully you appreciate this, that you can smoothly automate. So now I can ask you one question. Tell me, let's say you have this kind of, sorry for this. Tell me you have this kind of some data where your students' marks are there, their names are there, and which task you would like to perform on this particular data. Uh, I haven't included all the participants. The actual number of participants were more than that. And also you can see there is one error over here in the email ID of this right? There is one space or something, right? So therefore, or maybe it's for marketing, so therefore it's not allowing, right? But otherwise, in your case, you can kind of in some sense. This kind of error won't appear because the students are appropriate in your with correct email ID in your case. So I can also showcase some of the past emails of mine where I have shared this kind of. So it I also got the email, right? So as you can see, right? So it's working, right? Trust me. Or you can try by your own, right? I will share the corresponding code and all. So okay. So now. Yes, I have YouTube video on this particular topic, and I will share it with other resources, right? So if you want, I can also share over here, but it may take some time. I will try to share all after the session or maybe towards the end of the session. Okay, so okay, so many of you are asking for the link itself. Okay, so just uh, give me a minute, sir, then I will just kind of share that particular code with you. Okay. Meanwhile, let me try to identify with kind of consider some of the idea which you are sharing. Profiling based on scores to help and help them and classify them as slow learners and fast learners. This is a very good kind of one can say use case. So let's try to do this. Okay. Okay, it's fine. So I can send via mails also. That is fine. Also, I have your email ID, or maybe the coordinator is anyway there, so she will help me to circulate the resources. Anyway, so now let me try to focus on other aspect. One of you have suggested that classify them as slow learners or fast learners. So what I suggest, let's say I have this kind of data with me. Okay, so let me just close this because this task is done. Let's assume. So now let's say I have the same data, but instead of this, let me just consider only first, I guess 80 students or 100 students or 100 participants. I should not say students, but okay. So maybe I will, what I can do, I can just copy first 100 entries over here. Okay. So what I'm going to do now, I will just consider the first 100 entry, and then I'm just creating one more kind of sheet, Google sheet I'm creating, and I'm going to just paste this 100 entries over there. And then we will go to ChatGPT and ask for generation of app script for the purpose where kind of what do you say, we will identify slow learners and fast learners. Right? So that is the idea. So I'm explaining you the overall idea, or one can say method. With this method, you can come up with thousands of ideas, right? So it's not practically possible for me to kind of go through and walk through each and every idea, but I'm just giving you the correct directions, right? So then in detail, of course, you can explore and come up with solutions, right? So you have to just identify, right, what you want and explicitly mention in the prompts, right? So therefore, I am taking one more example to kind of demonstrate how this works actually. Okay. So let me just paste this. Okay. So in between, if required, I will change my internet. I guess it's slightly slow. That's why also it's taking some more time. Anyways, we'll see. But let me just focus on this particular task first. So let me paste this. Okay. So now this data is with me. Now what I will do, I will give some meaningful name to this so that I can remember this. So let me just call it demo underscore 19 underscore 8. Okay, fine. This is the title of my nothing but Google Sheet. Next, what I can do is I can just go to ChatGPT I can go to this new chat. Okay. All I need to do is I need to just mention that where my data is stored and what I want, right? So I can just say that I want to identify total of my sheet. I want to identify total marks, and based on the total marks, I can put some criteria for slow learner and fast learner, and then I can categorize, right? So I have my data in Google Sheet as attached, right? So what I'm going to do, instead of pasting the data, I'm going to just attach it directly. So the script thing which I'm presenting over here, it will work only for Google Sheet. That this is Google Sheet automation I'm explaining. So the technique which I'm going to explain is for nothing but Google Sheet only, right? So you have to ensure that only one Google Sheet is kind of open, and then you run this particular code, right? So I'm trying to attach. Let's see. So it should come up with this window where I can add it. But meanwhile, I can continue with my prompt. So I want to generate total marks in, I can mention explicitly where I want my answer in column E, I can say in column E, and based on marks, if marks less than let's say 40, then I then mention or categorize the student as slow learner. I want all slow learners to be highlighted in red color, let's say. Okay. Write and write a JavaScript app script code which I can integrate in Google Sheet for automation of this task, right? So this is my prompt. And one thing is still pending. I haven't given the context. The data is not clear. So maybe I can just kind of copy paste the data over here. That is also fine. It will understand. It's smart. So I can just say my data is attached. That is also fine. Then I'm just pasting the data, right? And I can just say it starts from whatever the cell number is, right? So in this particular case, it will be the first cell A1, right? I can just say it starts from A1 with headers, right? So that it understands. Okay. These things are important because if you don't give the context from where data is starting, then the code may be different, right? So therefore, it's important to give this, right? So it will. So currently the setup is like this. It's I've turned this particular kind of thinking mode on. So therefore, it's taking slightly more time, but it's okay. Depending upon the model, it will take some. It may take some time, but we don't need to worry. Just wait for the response. And whatever response comes next, what we need to do, I'm explaining that in between. Let's wait for the response. Meanwhile, you need to go to this extension. In extension, there is one option of app script. So I'm clicking on app script. Okay. And then here, whatever comes, I have to delete it and paste the response which is generated by ChatGPT, right? So that's the process which we have to follow, right? So this is opening, and meanwhile, I will go over here. I can close Humata for time being because I've explained the key parts of it. Of course, the search part is pending, but that I can explain afterwards also. So let's wait for this. So the address is correct, so we don't need to worry. It will be able to kind of reload soon. Okay, yeah. So as you can see, it has given me the entire code. I don't need to worry much. All I need to do is I need to copy this, I will just click on this magic button, right? And then, of course, ideally, I should go through this, right? What it's telling me. Uh, this is the code, and the comments are also given so that you can understand it properly, what it's trying to do, right? So I will just copy this. Then I will go over here. So once this is done, so let me refresh this. So once the page is kind of loaded, then all I need to do is copy paste my code after uh, kind of converting into blank. I have to ensure that I'm starting with the blank page. So I will remove whatever comes and then I will paste my response. And then I will give some meaningful name to this particular project, because this is kind of code which I can use again and again. This is not a one-time thing, right? You can identify one can say your repetitive use case, and then you can write a code for it like this and then deploy it. So what I can say, this is kind of let me call it auto smart detect, right? In some sense, we are detecting smart students automatically. Okay. And once we kind of give this name, then you have to click on the save button. Without save, you won't be able to execute it. And then you have to click on this run button. It may give you some error, we don't know. But in that case, we have to mention that error to ChatGPT and correct it. But hopefully for this kind of simple task, it should not give any kind of error. Let's see. So it will first ask for this authentication, because this is separate entity extension where I've written this kind of JavaScript code. And now I would like to modify my Google Sheet. So execution completed. And let's see whether it is reflected in my kind of code or not in some sense. But I can't see much kind of it is not kind of reflected over here. Maybe that is because multiple sheets were open, I sense, because this is also there. So that's why I guess it failed to do so. Let me try one more time, and maybe then I will give this feedback to ChatGPT and try once again. But ideally, it should kind of uh, do this. Maybe it misunderstood, right? So maybe I have to. So this is why that's why it's called interactions, right? So I can say whatever I've kind of see. I can't see the additional column with marks, right? Which must be there in column. In this particular case, we know it must be there in column, I guess, E, where it should come as marks, total marks, right? Ensure you first give total marks, right? Which is nothing but in this particular case, column B, C plus D, right? And then highlight the whatever we are saying, highlight the students based on the criteria. Ensure, please give the working code only. Right? Let's see. Let's try this. Right. So maybe first time it couldn't understand some of the things. It's not necessary that you get what you want in the very first attempt. But I have tried this earlier. So for some simple tasks like highlighting and all, it was working properly previously. But maybe I am using the recently launched model, but it's not that good. Maybe I can switch back to the normal model, maybe 4.0, or maybe we can try with some other tool also, like we can go to Gemini also or DeepSeek also and try the same prompt. Let's wait for what it gives over here. So we can also see that what it's assuming for now. So it's correct. A email, B name, C midterm marks, D end term marks, and E total marks. Okay. So that assumption is at least correct. So let's see. Header 1 is row data, data from row 2. So this is also correct. Okay. We are not going into the details of the code, right? Whether it's the criteria seems correct, that it's less than 40, then it must be highlighted. So it's generating, the generation seems correct, but let's see whether it's working properly or not this time. Okay, so it has completed generation. Let's try one more time. So this time I am just removing this code. I am pasting the revised code. Again, I will click on this save button, and then again, let's run this. Let's see. Okay. I'm not sure why it's not working. Let me just refresh this. I tried this earlier. At that time, it was working. So maybe I'm not sure. Something is missing, maybe. And we are not getting any error message also. So it's saying it has completed it, but somehow it's not reflected in the kind of our Google Sheet. So maybe then it's a better idea that we kind of give even simpler tasks than this, right? And then we can continue. Okay, so let's see whether it kind of works. But at least the email thing is working for sure, that I have verified multiple times. But for other things, you have to kind of give this kind of prompt, and then, of course, at least you know the process, and then you can reiterate. See, ultimately, we have described it, so it won't make much difference. Let's see. Um, let's wait for this kind of refresh thing. Meanwhile, you may see some interruption because I am going to change kind of internet because it seems slightly slow. So just give me a minute. I will be back in a minute. Uh, okay, I guess I am audible now. Can anyone confirm?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Fine. Thank you. Okay, so fine. So we'll come to this afterwards. Meanwhile, let me focus on the pending task. Hopefully now, since I have changed the kind of Wi-Fi, hopefully we'll be able to see play with playground. Let's see. Again, it's called Wayground, sorry. Let's go to the Wayground one more time. It's formerly known as quizzes. Let's see whether it works or not. Maybe I can just go to Google and search Playground so that we can start afresh. Because this was again trying to take the same kind of pending quiz link. Okay. Let me also stop this. We'll revisit this afterwards. Okay. Fine. So let's focus on this quiz part because that is the interactive part which was pending. So hopefully it should work. Let me also try to open this somewhere else. So the idea is in Wayground, you can create 20 quizzes for free, right? So that's the only limitation it has. But the idea is once you create those quizzes, you can reuse them as many times as you want. So that is there. And also, not only you can create your own quizzes, you can also use some of the existing quizzes, right? So that's the power of it, right? So hopefully now it's kind of appearing properly. So maybe I can stop from over here and focus on this window itself so that we can discuss. Okay, so just a second. So whatever is going to appear over here, that is nothing but kind of there one can say wall where we can search with respect to topics, interactive lessons or activities or quizzes, as you can see. So finally it has appeared. So as you can see, we can search on any of the topics. And if we feel that some of the topic is aligned with what we are planning to design, then we can just directly use them. And not only kind of quizzes, you can also search for some passages depending upon what you are teaching, right? If you are teaching English, then passages are important for us, for you, or maybe, and if you are teaching some generic thing, then maybe you can just search for interactive videos. So for example, if I want to teach some number theory, then I can just mention over here that I want to teach, let's say, number theory, right? So then I will just click on this search button, and then you will be able to see a lot of resources associated with number theory, and then you can pick one of them, and if it is game or activity, then you can directly use it. Otherwise also you can assign them to your students in some sense so that they can learn about it, right? So you can see this what you want, assessment, or you want some kind of lessons. So these are the lessons, as you can see. So you can play these lessons with your students so they learn kind of about what number theory is, right? So some flashcards are also there. So this is one more use case of AI. You can also create your own flashcards. So and then flashcard means on the maybe it will ask some kind of thing like LLM, what question mark. And once you click on that particular item, then it will be flipped, and on the reverse side, the definition of LLM will be written, right? So those kind of things, interactive things, you can design with the help of, or maybe reuse with the help of this kind of platform. But let me try to explain the most important part, which is nothing but assessment, how to generate a quiz. Let's try to kind of understand it, right? So what I'm going to do now with the help of chat GPT, we will try to generate one quiz in on this particular platform. But somehow I'm not sure why, but it's very slow today. Usually it doesn't take this much time. Maybe I'm connected to a lot of devices and WebEx is also there, so therefore it's slightly slow over here. So as you can see, these are the ready-made quizzes. So first option is, let's say I am happy with this quiz, then all I need to do is I need to just click on this play button. So once I click on this play button, then I will get a number of options, right? So as you can see, I can start now, assign or preview. So you need to click on start now. So this is interactive kind of game which happens in real time. So in real time, it's like what will happen that you give the QR code or maybe the link of the your particular quiz, and students will be able to join this particular quiz on real time basis, and you will manage, right, that you will manage on the screen that when you will allow them to go to the next question, right? So for example, here you can see a number of options are there, like teacher pays, classic, and I usually follow this teacher based option only. And then there is one option of shuffle answers also, where so that means for your student and his colleague, right, the answers won't be on the same order, right? They will be kind of flipped, right? So that's the idea of shuffle answer. So let me go with this option itself, but usually it's classic as a selected option by default. But I tend to select this teacher base. That's why it's appearing like this. And then I will click on this start button. So as soon as I click on the start button, once again the same kind of page will appear along with QR code and what you say, the join. This time I'm going to allow only 10 participants. So once 10 participants are done, I will just start the quiz so that you can get the feel how it will look as a teacher, because I want you to kind of feel how teachers will see the screen where students will be kind of appearing for this kind of quiz, right? So we don't want many participants. It's fine even if you are 4 or 5. We want just couple of them. So let me just start this. Others, you don't need to join. You just enjoy that how others are playing. So you can see I get this kind of time. And if I feel that the question is very easy, I can also end the question in between. And I will also see the responses, that how people are responding to this quiz. So you can see, right, how many are responses. And let's say I feel that this is very easy, this much time is not required, then I can just simply click on the end question. So as soon as I click on end question, I will be able to see the leaderboard also, that how well my students are performing. So as you can see, right? So that of course it will shift, right? The leaderboard will change after the uh, rounds, right? So this is how it will look. And this will encourage students to perform well, because scores will be given not only based on the correct answer, it will be also based on how fast students are answering. So there are two criteria: your answer must be correct, and your answer must be kind of, one can say, as quickly as possible, right? Just like fastest finger first of KBC, right? So let me just quickly kind of uh, go through this couple of questions, and then I will also explain one nice feature of this interactive tool to enhance interaction with your students. Okay, so this question is done. So now I can, if I click on next button, then the next question will appear. So I am controlling, right? So you should, in teacher based mode, the advantage is you will be the controlling authority who will control, right, when students will be able to kind of see the kind of questions. And here you can see this one nice option of spin the wheel. So if I click on this spin the wheel, then I will be able to see the list of all the participants who have joined this particular kind of quiz. And then the wheel will stop to one particular participant, and then we can have some kind of interaction to that particular participant or student in your case, right? So that is also one good use case of this tool. But I'm not spending time over there because right, anyway, I would like to cover a lot of things. So let me just close this. It's not required. But hopefully you got the idea of this fun feature where you can also kind of get to interact with some of your students. Okay, so now what I will do, I will quickly complete this quiz, right? There are 7 more questions, but I won't give too much time to everyone, because I just want to showcase you the entire flow, that how it will look during the quiz, as well as how it will look once we complete the quiz, right? So those things I would like to highlight. So therefore, my focus is not on that correctness of the quiz or whatever. I am just completing this because I would like to showcase you how it will look when we complete the quiz. That is also kind of very interesting. So therefore, I'm moving fast. Of course, in between, we can see there are some changes in the leaderboard. So which is good. So that means people are attempting this and not attempting on same time with same answers. The answers are different. So therefore, the leaderboard is changing, and the response time is also different, of course. Right. So even if you are not attempting, it's fine. I'm just going through this. 6 more questions are there, and I can also restart the timer if I would like to give more time. I can give more time to a particular question. I can explain a thing or two before going to the next question. So this is how it looks. So unfortunately, it couldn't work for the big setup because I guess limitation of number of participants. But otherwise, it's a very fun activity. And what I recommend, you can try this in your classroom, right? So, but before that, maybe you can have one small demo with your close group, maybe your PhD or MTech students, just to see. So you can see some options over here that kind of I can pause the timer, I can stop it. Of course, it's like Kahoot, but in Kahoot again, like if I had checked, there's some limitation, including near port. They only allow only I guess around 30 to 40 participants, not more than that, as per my knowledge. Whereas I have tried this for 250 participants, and that too in free version. And today also it didn't stop, right? I could go with the classic mode, then we could have that quiz also. So the performance of this is better if we just compare the free tier version. So therefore, I recommend this tool over Kahoot or other similar type of tools, including Nearport. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, right? In Nearport, 40 is allowed. In Kahoot, only 10 are allowed. Whereas here, the good thing is there is no. Officially, they are saying that somewhere that only 100 are allowed, but it's working fine even for 250 or so, right? So let me just quickly complete the remaining two questions also, so that we can just see how it will look when once we complete the quiz. So last two questions. And as a teacher, you can also kind of monitor the responses, right? How many have responded so far, right? And this circle will be filled as people will start answering this. Okay. Okay. So last question now. So of course the leaderboard will change one more time. Right. Okay. So I'm just. Okay. Just a second. Maybe the battery of headphone is low. That's why. Just a second. Uh, okay. Hopefully now I'm audible. Can anyone confirm?
Yes, so you're audible. You were audible all along.
Okay, okay. There was someone said it's not audible, so therefore, okay. Anyways, fine, fine. Okay, so now let me just end this. Okay. So congratulations to the winners, right? So, and surprisingly, all of them are their names are starting with A, so they got kind of A. Fine. So now, as you can see, I can skip to summary, right? Let's go there. And we will also see kind of detailed report which we can export to understand that how what was the performance. So I can just click on this view reports, and then I will get detailed report of each and every participant, that how many questions they have kind of attempted, how many were correct, right? So those kind of analytics I will get, just like our Google Classroom, we can get those insights with this report. So that's again one more powerful thing which you can use this for some kind of formal evaluation also, right? You can give some weightage to this report, means this quiz in your overall evaluation also. So that is also a good kind of, one can say, feature. Just meanwhile, let me just close this one. So again, from the tab itself, it's clear from where you can find it. There is one section called reports. So if you go over there, then you will be able to find all your reports of your quizzes. And then, so unfortunately, again, I guess there are some issues with internet, or maybe overload with respect to system. So therefore, it's not showcasing. But trust me, if you go to this reports, then you will be able to find it. And it just looks like our normal report, which appears in the case of our Google Classroom, right? So now maybe it's kind of one case. Okay, let me just try to do this one more time, one last time. If let me just try to open it. So again, I'm just closing this, and I will just say background and try to locate that particular report of the quiz, right? And one last thing which I wanted to demonstrate with respect to Wayground was how to generate a quiz. So questions, anyway, we can generate from our normal kind of, one can say, Chat GPT or Gemini. But the important thing is to know the correct way of putting those questions in Wayground, so that the quiz can be generated very quickly, and that too correctly. So instead of maybe kind of showcasing you that report thing, let me try to create an actual quiz, so that will be of more value, right? So I will click on this create button, and then I will click on this particular first option, which says assessment, right? So I'm going with this assessment option. You can create all these things, right? There are a lot of options. You can see interactive video, passage, flashcard, but I'm interested in assessment. So I'm selecting on assessment. So now I'm getting this 3 option, right? So let me just go to this first option, import worksheet or question. And what I recommend is this second option, which is called paste questions. And now what we are going to do now, we are going to use Chat GPT for generating questions. And I will guide you what particular method you have to kind of follow for this particular platform for creation of the quiz. So what I'm going to do now over here is I will just say create 10 MCQs along with their correct answer on let's say LLMs. I'm not following create framework just to save time. Ideally, we should also assign the correct role to this particular prompt before requesting the actual outcome, but it's okay. Create 10 MCQs along with their correct answers on LLMs. This is fine. Mention correct answer separately for each question, right? This is important. Let's give this one, okay? And then what we are going to do is whatever response we get, we are going to copy this particular response to our kind of this Wayground. Not necessary that every time you follow this method. Ideally, you should create your own question from the learning material, right? Or you can also type your own question if you want. Once you do this, then you will need to click on this generate quiz. Of course, I will talk about Nearpod and other tools, but the idea is they are not free. So why should I explain tools which are kind of paid? Not everyone can afford them. So therefore, I am focusing more on this Wayground, which is freely available, so that each one of you can utilize it. So that's my purpose. So now if I click on the generate quiz, then you will be able to see that within a couple of minutes, right, it will be able to generate the entire quiz, right? And then it's ready to go. Then all we need to do is we need to just click on that particular play button, and we can kind of uh, just play this particular quiz with our students, right? And they will appreciate it. And of course, there are some tips that you should guidelines which I would like to share, that always try to attach your actual kind of work which you are doing in the classroom, like your teaching learning resources, so that the questions are kind of more personalized, not generic. And then once it is generated, then I can manage two important things: points, how many marks you are going to give to each question, let's say 2 points, and then time, how much time you are going to give for each question. You can give from 5 seconds to 1 minute, whatever you want, right? Even more than that, but ideally we give 30 seconds, right? Usually we give that much only. And then there are some other options also, right? You can go to this more options and then play with it what you want. There are some options in which you can also give memes in between the questions, or some AI based hints, right? So those all kind of things will come under settings as per my knowledge, but they are not primarily one can say primary things. But of course we have to set this also, like for which students this particular quiz is there. Maybe let's say university student, and the subject is, let's say I will just say, right, whatever it is, English, fine for now, right? Even though it doesn't make sense, ideally you should make it correct. But anyways, now if I click on publish, then it will you will be able to see that you can kind of play with it, right? Students will be able to play with it, and the steps will be similar to the quiz which we have played earlier, right? Like number theory, right? So it's very easy, right? Within, I guess, 3 minutes we have created this particular quiz, and that too ready to kind of ready to go, right? Students need to just scan that particular QR code which will appear soon, right? So if I click on this start now, then you can see some options over there, right? So you can play with those options, right? So they are again covering coming up like this. You can translate this to some other language, right? So you can simplify the questions. Those are some kind of AI support they are providing, right? And if I just click on this start now, then again you will be able to see the same window which was appear multiple times during this session, right? So of course I have to select this, whether it's teacher based or classic. But what I recommend usually is always go with this teacher based, because then you will be controlling, right? So that is better. And you can also turn this on in case if you don't want others to, but then we will miss out the fun, because then in on leaderboard we won't be able to see the names of our students. So therefore what I recommend that you keep this particular option off, right? Otherwise you can also and kind of make sure that your students' names are not visible, right? So that is there. And then if you just click on the start button, then you will be able to play this quiz with your student. And the good thing is, let's say you have created this quiz, and this you have created after a lot of efforts, then you can repeat the same quiz over the period of every year, right? You don't need to recreate it, because in your library it will be stored, and you just need to go to that particular play button and start it, right? So that is the biggest advantage, that even though it's allowing only 20 quizzes, but you can recreate them, means reuse them as many times as you want. And also some quizzes which are available publicly, you can just play them. For example, all the my quizzes are publicly available, so you can search them and play in your classroom, right? You can use them in your classroom, right? So you don't need to give this quiz. This is just for demonstration how to create a quiz. That part I was explaining. And of course you can directly copy this particular link and share it in the classroom. So those kind of options are anywhere there. We'll be able to see the participants, right? So this hopefully you got the entire picture of Wayground now, that how it works. And the last thing which was pending, which I can maybe mention over here, is I can again go to this quizzes, and I can showcase you. If I go to my library, then I will be able to find all my quizzes, and along with the how many kind of participants attempted it, and then if I want, I can just replay it. So that is also a very powerful thing, that whatever we are doing, that is secured in our kind of uh, database of this account, so we don't need to go through the same pain again and again, right? So if I go to this reports, then I will get all the reports which is pending, which I will try to showcase that right now. Meanwhile, I can take some questions. I can see uh, um, kind of some of the questions were pending. So let me go to this report. So yeah, so hopefully it will appear very soon. So it will showcase all the reports of my quizzes, right? Whatever quizzes I have conducted so far. So you can see, right? So this was the last quiz. 13 of you have joined, but I haven't completed. Second last, number theory. Then that this quiz is still running, but we couldn't complete it. 460 of you have joined. Oh, good. It's a good number. It's still running. Maybe I will try to kind of get rid of it from over here. But if I click on this particular one, maybe, so then you will be able to appreciate how the reports will look like, right? What it contains, all the fields of it. So yes, whatever I have demonstrated, all those features are free. Only limitation is 20 quizzes, but that too from one account. So we usually have more than one account, so you can go to another Gmail ID and create one more kind of quiz. And apart from that, the interesting thing is, as you can see, as per my knowledge, the library, if you look, the open quizzes, there is no upper cap on it, right? So if you are using someone else quizzes, then you can use as many as you want, as per my knowledge, right? So that is there. For example, I have created one, I have used that particular number theory quiz, but that didn't add number in my total count of activity, right? So that is the advantage. I guess it's again going back to the, I misclicked and it's going back to the same quiz, so therefore it's struggling because it's too heavy for it to manage 460. So let's go back to again Wayground one more time, and this time we will click on the correct report so that we can see how it looks. Okay, meanwhile, you can unmute and ask questions if any. Of course, you can use Umata also for the same purpose. It's up to you, means you can try and decide which platform works well for you. In the case of Umata, it will be conservative, and of course, it will be based on whatever you have kind of uploaded. Then that is also true with respect to ChatGPT. In ChatGPT also, you can kind of upload your kind of slides or material, and you can mention your methodology, and then it will be more relevant, right? The generation, whatever, it will have your tone in the responses if you kind of attach files which are aligned with your teaching methodologies, right? Okay, so I guess
Good afternoon, sir.
yes, go on. Yes, sure.
I had
uh,
a question regarding Mata.
yes, go on.
So basically, if you're teaching somebody related to situations like marketing, upselling, and all, where situation-based questions are to be answered, will this application be useful? If we have a standard guidelines of how to deal with people and emotional intelligence, can it be able to answer or predict course for difficult people handling situations?
Right. So it depends on material, right? How good your material is. That is the one thing. And what I feel means your question is you. So
So, for example,
the
we
short
teach.
answer is if you are doing something very focused. So for example, let's say I have this rule book. Rule book contains, let's say, 50 of pages, and I'm searching for a particular rule, and I want to follow this particular rule very explicitly, then Umata is good too, because it will in the grounded mode, the responses will be based on those material itself, right? So on those cases where the material is kind of huge and we want to understand those rules very kind of, one can say, without any kind of modifications, so then it's more kind of useful. And for the other cases which we are suggesting, I feel that LLMs will be slightly more relevant in those use cases, because LLMs will have not only knowledge of the attached file which you are going to upload, but apart from that, it also possesses knowledge of kind of entire web, right? So therefore, there is kind of I recommend that you can go for LLMs if your kind of task is requiring additional knowledge apart from the files which you are going to provide.
Okay. Thank you.
So maybe I guess this one, this all of this are kind of created by me. So maybe I can go to this one, quiz on LLM interactions with create, which I was trying to kind of play today. So if I is it audible? Okay, fine. It's audible. Thank you. So there are some questions like Google Classroom. Okay, so of course, here also in the paid version, there are a lot of features available with respect to Playground, and both of them are trying to kind of provide kind of improve student engagement in some sense. Here also in paid version, you can kind of upload not only just a document but also voice or video. So those things are there with respect to Playground. But Google Classroom is kind of free and it's more famous, and it's kind of naturally aligned with our workflow, because it's associated with Gmail and Google Drive. So those integrations are very smooth, and now there is integration of Gemini also, so therefore it's even more powerful. So both of them are having their own pros and cons, but primarily what I recommend, use Playground for this kind of games only, right? So that's their primary kind of, one can say, unique offerings as compared to normal our Google Classroom, right? So that's the main difference. So you can see there is one more option of worksheet, right? So someone was asking, right, whether can we have kind of printed version of this quiz? So that is also possible, right? So you can click on that particular button and get it. So maybe I have still, I guess, 12 minutes. I can do two things. In 5 minutes, I will explain one more aspect which was important, or maybe I can explain it afterwards also. I'm not sure. And if questions are too many, then maybe I will just discuss questions. So it's up to you. But you can see that this is also a very nice feature. If in case of you also want the printed version of the same quiz, so you can also do that. And here also you have this option of shift answers, shift question, all of these things are there, right? And you can have, after if you are that, if you feel that the setup is fine, then you can just go ahead and click on this particular print button. So that is also there. Okay, so you can also edit the existing quiz, right? So a lot of options are there. You can also preview it just to know that how it looks, right? So all those things are there. So a lot of questions are there. I'm not sure how many I will be able to answer, but let me just see. So for prompting, as I mentioned, that create framework is the most important framework. Don't give too many things. Set the context. Type of output is also important. Also provide examples. So essentially, if you follow create framework, then you are good. And let's say if you want to summarize something on a particular module, then it's better that you provide all the files of that particular module to AI, whether it's ChatGPT or Gemini, right? Otherwise, it will summarize something, but it will be from internet, not from your own kind of material. So it's better to kind of use it, provide that particular material from your classroom, so that the whatever we generate, that is of more personalized manner. Just a second. Yes, of course I will talk about Nearpod also. Just a second. I wanted to highlight, if I can showcase those reports to you. this was the quiz. Just a second. Okay, so this is, I'm on library, that's why it's looking like this. I should be on reports, so then I could showcase it to you. Anyways, I guess you, all of you are smart enough to figure it out. People are requesting about this nearpod also, so let me just showcase its demo. So again, the idea is same. You can control not only quizzes, but you can also control essentially slides also. Let's say you have designed one slide and you have shared the slides with your students, and then the idea is once you click on the next button, then only the slide will move on student device also, right? So that's the idea of it. So let's wait, it's loading, and then it will, this demo will essentially capture all the aspects of nearpod. But what I feel, nearpod is more helpful if you are teaching kind of uh, students who are very kind of say young or kid, because then this makes sense. For example, if I click on next button, then on student device also it will go to the next, like that. So then it's asking some question, right? What is the something you know about solar system? Let's say I answer something, I know nothing about it, right? Let's say, and then I will just click submit as a student. So then as a teacher, I will be soon able to see, right, what so as you can see, I can see my name over here, that what is my response over here, right? Okay, so that is there. If I go next, okay, maybe let me just, I'm not sure whether volume is on or off. It's fine. Anyways, let me go to the next thing. You can also have this kind of activity. Let me click on start activity. So once it's started, the students will be able to play it. But again, the limitation is this is just for as I mentioned earlier, that only for 40 students you can do this kind of things, that you can match these things, that this is star, right? And this, let's something like this. And if your answer is correct, then it will kind of just kind of right. So this is wrong, so then it will showcase it's wrong, like that. Okay, and then finally you can also showcase the correct answer like this as a teacher, right? So this is one more use case, and times is up, right? So then this kind of thing, right? Label the planets in the diagram, right? So this is good, but I don't think that this is that much helpful to us. So therefore, I'm not spending too much time over here, right? So then the next slide, right? So of course, it's highlighting some key points. Students can also go through that. Okay. And then after the completion of class, usually we have this kind of exit ticket quiz. Then based on the lesson, you can have some kind of, so they call this is nothing but interactive lesson, right? So, and then you just kind of where you can answer the questions, and then it's instantly it will showcase the result also, right? So that is that. Okay, so these are the features of Nearport. So therefore, I didn't spend much time on this, because I feel that first thing is the advanced features are kind of paid, and I feel that this Wayground is far better than this, in because it's offering a lot of things which are kind of free, right? So hopefully you understand what I'm trying to convey. Yes, of course, there are a lot of tools with respect to someone was asking about mm, AI for tourism and hotel industry. Of course, there are tools, or one can say custom GPTs, and you can also come up with your own tool depending upon the requirement. So those possibilities are anyway there. And it's good that I have also one more day, right? So if I feel that something is to be added, so I will try to include those aspects on 29th, because we still have time. So I will try to cover a couple of things which I kind of missed today, right? Because of limitation of time, I couldn't convey it. So I will incorporate those things on 29th. And in between, if you have any questions, then of course you can I had also shared in between, but I'm sharing it one more time. These are my contact details, and I'm very much active on the LinkedIn, so you can also connect over there. And what I will try to do is I will prepare one nice document which will summarize all the things which we have discussed today, right? Including the links of the tools and including the key, one can say, good examples of Create framework, so that you can revisit all the things. Okay. Hi, yes, ma'am. Anything from your side? And participants can also ask, I guess, maybe a couple of questions maybe we can take, because we have, I guess, 10 more minutes. So
Hello. So, dear
yes, ma'am.
participants, you can raise your hand, and one by one we will unmute. We will send an unmute request, and then you can unmute yourself and speak in the meeting. Yeah, participants, you can raise your hands. Okay, Shilpa Shivastava ma'am, we have sent you an unmute request. You can ask your query now. Shilpa ma'am. Shilpa ma'am, we have sent you an unmute request.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Please.
Yeah. So it was a wonderful session, and even
Thank
I
you,
am
ma'am.
from computer science department. Sir, I would like to ask you one thing, because from the last 2-3 years we have been using AI tools a lot. It's not that we are not using, but sometimes we get confused. Like, what I feel that don't you think we should have a specific things? Okay, for question development, because we have questionswell.com, we have Kahoot, we have Wayground, which you have explained. So do we have some comparative analysis, so that we can say, okay, fine, this is the tool which we should use for anything? I mean,
Okay.
whether it is a curriculum development or questionnaire or some quiz sort of thing. So how do we select actually?
It's a very important question. It's aligned with, I guess, my fourth slides also, that it's not just about questions. It's whom we are asking the question, that is also equally important. So broadly, if we categorize, then let's say if I would like to identify what people are saying about a particular product, or let's say what's the review of a particular Bollywood movie or Hollywood movie, then instead of Google, I will prefer Perplexity, right? Because it will first identify the relevant web pages first, and then apply the LLM model, and then kind of give me insights about whatever my query is. So if you are searching, then Perplexity is good. For generation, more or less all these models like ChatGPT, Gemini, right, DeepSeek, right, the fundamental architecture is more or less same, so it won't make much difference. And for other things like quiz conduction, I feel Google Classroom is of course one thing. We can have this normal Google form, and apart from that, this Wayground is also good. And Kahoot and Nearboard, both of them are good, but again, it comes with costs. So therefore, in free version, right, there is some limitations. So that is there. Apart from that, what I recommend, there is no universal answer for this. Everyone is kind of unique, and the course which you are teaching, that is different from the course I am teaching, and also the teaching methodologies are also kind of very much different. So we have to come up with our own kind of truth, right? That for us, we have tried this set of tools, and we found that this collection works best for me. Uh, that's it, I guess. Of course, but there is a limitation. We can't go ahead and try all the tools. So therefore, we kind of attend this kind of FDPs, and also that we can get insights from others who are spending more time on this tools and LLMs.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. One more last question.
Sure.
Since I'm a part of curriculum development team, so I just want to ask you, which tool should I use? Because it is really a rigorous process. to go through the entire thing and to search all the curriculums, because sometimes what happens, even other universities, good universities, they are not displaying their detailed curriculum on their website. So which tool should we use for curriculum development?
Um, you are attending this kind of throughout, right? FDP. So what I recommend, we discuss this after my 29th session, because that is on the research base. But will be going to connect the learnings of today with kind of research ability of other available AI tools. And then I will be able to, means, of course, I can answer right now, but I don't want to bore others. So therefore, I'm avoiding right now, because the answer will take like this 5 to 10 minutes. But on 29th, we will discuss this for sure, and you will get good response. And if in case if you don't get, then you can of course ask me one more time.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And sorry, but I'm avoiding some of the things intentionally, because good teachers should only tell where to look, not what to see. And I assume that all of you are smart enough to figure out the tiny things which are living on your own.
Shilpa ma'am, we request you to please mute yourself. Ambika ma'am, you can ask your query. We have sent you an unmute request. Ambika ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you
Thank
can
you.
ask your query.
Thank you, Mahipal sir. Thank you, ECIT, IIT Guwahati, for this wonderful session. It has been really enriching. And thank you all the
ma'am.
participants. Sir, I had a small request. On your 29th session, sir, with the NEP 2020 in place, we have a minor projects and micro projects in place with this curriculum. So what we have a problem is the students are not indulging enough in the projects. So if Humata AI can help us create such projects, because there is a limitation to what we can offer to the students also. So if AI can help us cross that barrier of having that projects in place for students, which will be engaging for students, as well as help us to mitigate that gap between the what's already been done and what can be done.
Sure. So what I request you to do is, if you can share the requirement from your side with respect to generation of the projects on my email, then what I will do on that particular day, I will demonstrate your case as a case study, that let's say these are the requirements if you want to accomplish this, then how we can use AI to do so. Not only Humata, there are of course this other LLMs are also there. So what best we can do, I will try to showcase one more time. The overall idea I have anyway given today, that we have to explicitly mention that what is the understanding of our students, what are their likes, what are their what they already know, what they are trying to learn, what is their background, from where they are coming, geographical constraints and whatever. And then the responses will be more personalized. So that is the one idea. And the second idea is, along with this idea, we have to club what are the themes aligned with NEP and requirements of the project, right? So we can give broadly those 4 or 5 themes, and then the responses will be even better and personalized. And then we can offer a set of problem statements to our students. So that can be an exercise which we can do all of us together. So hopefully I have answered your question. Of course, you can send me specific requirements to this email ID, and I will ensure that I will demonstrate that how we can come up with nice case studies or project problem statements for the same.
So Ambika ma'am, thank you. So we request you to mute yourself. Next, we will request Surya Pratap Singh sir to kindly ask your query. We have sent you an unmute request. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah,
Yes.
actually, my question is that actually I am a researcher, so I am having I'm facing a problem how to draw the pathway, some sort of biological pathway. Main thing is that. So to draw the biological pathway and show the the enzymes or many more things is involved. So is it possible, is there any tool so that we can draw such type of pathway in a unique way so that our pathway figure or images could be the plagiarism free as well as it is accepted by the some index journal?
Okay, this is a very, I guess, means there are some, of course, tools, but um, for your question, I have to check. Means I can't name one tool which will be able to generate state of the art and correct diagrams for your particular problem, because it's a typical thing. Like, I guess you are talking about something like pathways of 3D protein structure within human body, right? Which is which should be very much precise, and it should follow some set of
Correct,
rules, right?
correct.
So I will check and then get back to you. There are some tools, but they are kind of normal ones which will generate some fancy diagrams based on the text which we are giving. And I will try to cover one of them in on 29th, but yours one is different problem. Means
Yeah.
I have to check.
Last question. My last question is that when we generate some script through the chat GPT, so it generates some sort of the references. So if we cross check that references not exist in the anywhere. So for this purpose, which tool is one of the best? So we can
For this purpose, Notebook LM is one of the best, because in Notebook LM, whatever you are uploading, based on that, it's just like Humata, but in Humata you get right hand side as your PDF, whereas in Notebook LM, basically you upload everything you have which with respect to your research problem, and whatever is being generated, you will get citation. uh, let's say it's generating one sentence, then along with that sentence, citation will come, and it will tell you that from which PDF or material it has generated that particular statement. And it's the good part is it can offer you uploading more than, I guess, around 50 files in one shot. So that means you can complete your entire you can get overall insights about your entire literature in one project of Notebook LM. So I guess in FDP you have a separate session on Notebook LM anyway, so I am not going into too much details. But Notebook LM is a tool which you can look for if you want reliable responses uh, uh, in terms of outcomes. And there are some other things for that. Again, on 29th we will discuss.
Okay, thank you so much. And whenever we generate the script or abstract through the chat GPT and we cross check it with the any plagiarism software, so it shows a lot of plagiarism. So is there any tool by which we can generate the abstract type of thing? It shows the zero level of plagiarism.
So of course, this is kind of unethical thing ideally, but as a kind of, one can say, since the FDP is on AI teaching learning, I can mention some of the tools. Like, again, it's about custom GPT, and since I guess because of some internet issue in between, I guess I couldn't cover those 10 minutes thing. But in the on 29th, I will cover that custom GPT. So there are a lot of custom GPTs which are designed for this particular task. And apart from that, of course, intelligent prompting, right? So you can do that to make sure that your uh, outcome doesn't look like it's AI generated. But what I recommend, don't use it for research purpose, right? You can do this kind of thing for LinkedIn post or writing an email. Ideally for research, you can use it for generation of some ideas, or maybe enhancement of the ideas, or the more importantly, to when you are starting your research, just to do literature review, that understand what are the things which people have already done, and now you have to build upon it to ensure those kind of things. But of course, for the straight answer is there are some tools like AI humanizer that is there, and on GPT store of uh, chat GPT, which offers this kind of services where the text will be humanized. So either one can look for those kind of tools, or maybe intelligent prompting. Those two things are there.
Okay, thank you, sir. So
Thank
next,
you,
I would request R. Kavita, ma'am. We have sent you an unmute request. Please, you can ask your query. R. Kavita, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I am there.
Yeah.
Sir, good evening, sir. Thank you
good
for the
evening, ma'am.
session. It's an
Thank you,
informative
ma'am.
session, sir. Actually,
Thank you,
my
ma'am.
query is, it's happy that as a teacher, we are getting multiple AI tools for preparing the question paper, preparing the all kind of materials for to check our knowledge, students' knowledge, what we have taught it. That is happy. Same time, the other way, there is a challenge also. Whatever the AI tool is available for us, it is available for students also.
Right, of course,
When,
yes.
when we prepare the assessment, posting it to the students, right? We are spending a lot of time, though we are using the AI tool, we are spending a lot of time to make it as perfect and what it is suitable for our student. All these things we are checking it. But when it goes to the student, within a minute, they are finding the answer using this chat GPT. So in that way, the learning is missing, no, sir. So how do we challenge their learning?
Okay, so there are number of kind of possibilities over here. The first one is we have to change the way we are giving the assessment. Most of the times it's about we say like just kind of we just say just solve this, or maybe we give some kind of descriptive question. Instead of that, we have to come up with some kind of personalized case studies. Of course, we can take help of AI, and the questions must be of reflective nature. And I had also tried one more thing, right? ChatGPT also supports this share option, right? So you can also share some ongoing conversation of yours with your students, and students will interact with AI, but in some ethical and intelligent way to gain some knowledge. And then as a part of the assignment, they will share that same link to us back, and then we can verify what they have interacted and whether they have actually understood the topic or not based on that particular interaction. So that is one more possibility. One is, like I mentioned, that we can have some kind of case study based reflective nature of questions. And also I guess the impact is not that much as of now, because still our exam system is traditional. We are not allowing this LLMs during the examination, at least. So that means during the exam time they won't be able to use it, at least. But
Actually,
for
sir,
enhancement of
sorry for
learning,
interrupting, sir.
yes,
This
sir.
is for the practical question.
Oh,
So we
practical
will be
question. Yes.
asking, yeah, we will be asking them to develop it. For that, some courses require the internet access. So
Right,
the
right, right.
internet access are allowed to them.
Okay, so this is okay again, very one can say important question, but the answer will change very soon, means because nowadays like I mentioned in the talk also, that English is the new programming language, and soon many companies will also allow use of LLMs during. I have heard that, I guess, Meta, or if I'm not wrong, Meta is
Yes.
allowing use of AI at this LLM tools during their even this placement exams. So that
Correct,
means
sir. Yes.
very soon it's going to change, that unlike our traditional system where internet access is not allowed, now everything is allowed, but still how you can use AI for enhancement, that is the next important thing. So mainly we, as an educator, we have to see that how we can make sure that AI is being utilized in the classroom for improving critical thinking, and more importantly how we are teaching them new adoption with respect to new technologies. Means those who can adapt to this technological changes very rapidly, they will be the ones who will be leading the industries as well as other kind of, one could say, opportunities or fields. So that is there. Of course, there are some mechanism, like for example, I have understood this challenge long back, and therefore I have modified the way I was teaching Python programming, and I have designed this personalized one can say custom GPT, in which the language is not English but Hindi, so that the default language is Hindi, and of course it's also supporting English to support all the students who are not coming from English background. That is the one part of it. And the second part is, now we as a teacher also, we have to shift our focus from traditional syntax to more fundamentals, that why we are using loops instead of just focusing more on the syntax of the loop, right? So those changes we have to do in our teaching mechanism. And of course, with respect to assessment, it's tricky, but still we can have some LLM based assessment also, like in which, like I used to give this kind of prompt, ready-made prompt in which I tell LLM or custom GPT to generate some quiz questions based on the topics which I have taught, and students will on the spot answer those questions, and the same kind of one can say page will be shared again back with me, so that I can verify that they didn't do any kind of cheating in that sense, because they get limited time and they have to, and for every student the question will be different, because the LLM will it's a stochastic model, so the question won't be the same for each student. So that is a clever way of using it for assessment. So I'm giving some direction. Of course, there is no ideal answer for this, because it's a emerging problem in some sense, one can say.
True, sir. Because we are not against the LLM, but at the same time, we need to make students to understand without reading the question, just they are posting it and getting the answer. So some way of, we are doing the orientation to use the LLM in a divine way. Same time, is there is any way to make them to learn properly, then answer it, use the chat GPT in voice way. So just I thought of asking you, sir. Fine, sir. Thank you, sir. That assessment idea, it is a good, that real time. You said, no, you posted the question and do that. That is helpful,
right. And
sir.
also there is no kind of question of cheating also, because everyone will get different questions. So that is also.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. So now I request Sai Thakur ma'am to kindly ask your query. We have sent you an unmute request.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah,
yes,
you're audible.
yes.
Okay. Hi, sir. My name is Shelly and I am from forensic background from Padul University, Vadodara. Sir, my
Hello,
question
ma'am.
is, in our university, we are using Q and Smart Eye for generating the questions, right?
Can you repeat that name of the tool which you have
Q and
mentioned? Sorry.
Smart Eye, sir. Q and Smart Eye.
Okay.
Q and
Sorry. I
Smart Eye.
didn't get. Can you just write it down in the chat box, maybe?
Yes,
Possible?
sir. Yes, sir.
Sure. Okay, go ahead with your question. Anyways, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, sir, we are using that application, and basically, let's suppose I'm giving you example. We usually have 4 units. So, from the 4 units, we need to generate 500 questions. So, sir, to be very true, this is not possible to do it on the, like, without using AI. It is not possible to generate 500 questions. So, we are using AI. My question is, how to use AI to generate 500 questions without repetition of the question? Because again, the question are of different marks. Let's suppose first group is of 1 mark, second is of 2 marks, third group is of 4 marks, and fourth group is of 6 marks. So we have limited number of units. We cannot go beyond the units, because again, this is against the rules and regulations. So I want to know how to use AI to generate 500 questions without repeating the questions, sir. This is a very big challenge in our university. We are facing.
It's easy. It's not that difficult. You can, first thing what you can do is forget about 500. Try to first come up with 50 questions and repeat the same process 10 times. That's the first suggestion. Second thing is, you can have team of AIs. You don't need to rely on just one AI. Let's say you have generated questions on, let's say, Chat GPT, or maybe let's say Notebook LM, and then you can use some other tool. Let's say you have generated from Notebook LM, and then you are just sharing the question to Chat GPT to just verify that you can just write one prompt that verify that there is no duplication in the question, and if you find any of the questions are duplicated, then just keep one copy of it, and then it will give you the revised answer, and then repeat the same process for 10 times, and then you will get all the questions. So just make sure that on the original 50 question, you follow the same distribution which you want towards the end. Right? So the ratio you can maintain that, let's say whatever split you want, let's say in 50 questions, let's say 25 questions of 1 marks, then 20 questions of 2 marks, and 5 questions of 5 marks, whatever it is. And then you can iterate.
Okay, sir, thank you so much. And then one more question. This is very basic question, because my area is completely investigative area. So I want to know, because in this area, we need to develop critical thinking in the students mostly.
Okay.
So I want to know how to use AI to enhance the critical learning of the student instead of rote learning.
Okay, so for that, like I guess then you know better than me with respect to critical thinking domain. Like I am curious about critical thinking, means formal ways of improving critical thinking in students. But the idea is whatever theories you know, basically what you have to do in your scenario making or in your activity, you have to explicitly mention that please follow these theories while creating the activities, so that the activities or the games or the questions which you are generating, it will have kind of aspects of those theories which you are familiar with respect to critical thinking. So then the response will be adaptive, right? So it will generate the questions which will enhance critical thinking if you mention those specific criteria which you usually follow in offline teaching without use of AI, right? Because you are teaching this without AI also, right? So far,
Yes, sir.
let's say 2 years back, you were doing traditionally. So in traditional setup, what you were following, right? So those things, those theories you can mention, and then the assessment will come like that. Means assessment questions will be different, and they will have those aspects from the theory.
Okay, so thank you so much.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Swati ma'am to kindly ask your query. We have sent you an unmute request. Swati ma'am, are you there? I guess she's not there right now. So next, Divya ma'am, you can ask your query. I have sent you an unmute request. Divya ma'am. Divya ma'am, are you there? So I guess the participants are not there right now.
Hello,
So...
hello, I'm here only. Hello.
Okay, yeah, please.
Good evening, all. And sir, sir. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful session. Really,
Thank you, ma'am.
that is something for last 2 years we were searching. Actually, I personally was searching to be skilled in all these things, and I'm so happy. But my request is to the organizer. See, now it is around 6:30, and the sir is also so. We all are teachers. We know continuous 4 hours teaching, that is so hectic. And the online attending a course 4 hours is, both for the teacher and also for the participants. It is so hectic. And now I was patiently listening how patiently sir was handling that these all questions after continuous 4 hours. My question to organizer is that do there any chance to split it into 2 hours of two session, so that both the participants and
Hello.
also the teacher can be, it is
Yes, Divya ma'am. I guess this is related to the organizing of the course. So we will get back to you over an email. So I guess there is no technical questions which sir need to answer right now. So in that case, we can free up Mahipal
I'm sorry
Jadeja sir.
if I am sorry if I'm with an old question, but see the technical struggle.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We will address your query, okay, over an email. Okay. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you for asking your query. We will surely keep it into our mind for our next courses. But this course is already planned and scheduled. So here changes is not possible right now. So thank you, ma'am. So, dear participants, with this we come to an end to day 2 of this program. So, on behalf of Professor Gaurav Trivedi sir and Professor Vineet Sahula sir, I thank you, Dr. Mahipal Jadeja sir, for taking out time from your busy schedule and joining this link and enlightening all the participants. Thank you, sir. However, we will be also hearing you another day. So, see you then.
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
And also, I guess there are many questions which I couldn't answer. So you can connect with me on LinkedIn and I will answer those questions there. So thank you. And of course, I will be there on 29th. So there on that day also, we will discuss and kind of talk more about AI in research on that particular day. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So, dear participants, you can now log out from this link. The link will be deactivated in another 2 minutes. However, all the recordings of the session is uploaded in the YouTube channel in the playlist link which we have provided, and the drive we will share you the PPTs and everything. So tomorrow also the session will start from 2 p.m. So we request all the participants to be active during that session, and we also request all the participants to please note down that the link will be remaining the same. Thank you all. And attendance, attendance we will be updating late evening today. Okay, first day attendance will take some time, but from the second day onwards it will be done during the lecture hours only, because there are total 1640 participants in this course. So the data is very huge, so it's taking a quite bit of time, but surely we will be trying to update the attendance of day 1 today. And please note that all the participants that attendance of day 1 will be updated on the next day, and day 2 will be updated on the next day. Means all the attendance, there will be a delay of 1 day in the attendance. So please note down that. And thank you all for joining and making this day 2 of the program successful. Thank you all. So you can log out now. Thank you.